Oh, I'm live. Haha. Perfect. Hello, and welcome to another edition of Graham Hughes' podcast. It's a rather special edition today since I'm on my own for the first time for a podcast. I'm not in a pub, I'm at home, and it's going to go on for a long time, like it did last year for the British election, because tonight we've got the US presidential election. And it's decisive. It's not just going to decide the next who's going to run America for the next 4 years. It's going to pretty much decide the face of the planet for the next 4,000 years, because we're screwing up this planet big style. Like half of the Great Barrier Reef is dead, and half the rainforest is gone under Bolsonaro, and we haven't seen this many species die out for 65 million years. The last time we had this many extinction events for all these different species was 65 million years ago. It was when the dinosaurs had that big asteroid come and hit the Earth. And the asteroid itself might have taken out a lot of dinosaurs in the Yucatan Peninsula of what's now Mexico, but the reality is it was actually over a few years that the dinosaurs were wiped out because of climate change. The asteroid kicked up so much dust into the atmosphere that the global temperature plummeted, and they couldn't adapt fast enough. And okay, fair enough, I get it. You know, some people can think, oh, it'd be all right. We can live in deserts. We can live in Antarctica. We can live in space. Surely we can keep going on Earth. Well, yeah, we can, but the life that would offer us would be really, really horrible. Imagine living inside a biodome or something and trying to create all your an ecosystem within the biodome that was self-sustaining. It would be quite difficult. It'd be more like Matt Damon in the Martian, rather than the rich and varied environment that you get to see if you travel around the world at the moment. And it comes down to this. In the next 10 years, we have got to bring down the amount of carbon that we are burning, because we're digging this carbon out the ground, we're burning it, turning it into a gas, and it's going up in the air. And it's creating a blanket. And at the moment, there's 415 parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere, and that's the highest it's ever been in human history, in the entire history of humans existing. And for the last 10,000 years, which has been sort of human civilization, the actual global temperature hasn't varied by more than 1 degree, plus or minus, in 10,000 years. And that's allowed us to have this very stable planet to live on. And there's just this huge self-sustaining ecosystem that's all built on each other with thousands, millions of different strands to it, and different species relying on each other for it to all work. And we're just throwing the biggest spanner ever into this. And we've got the worst possible leaders around the world, the aforementioned Bolsonaro, Putin, Xi Jinping, and Boris Johnson, Duterte in the Philippines, and that idiot in the White House at the moment, Donald Trump. Now, none of them want to do anything about climate change. They think it's absolutely fine to burn carbon. I was talking to a Trump supporter this week who was claiming that carbon's a good thing because when the dinosaurs were around, there was a lot more carbon, and so the Earth was hotter, and as a result, the dinosaurs were bigger. So I think in his mind, he thinks that we're going to grow really big. And I tried to explain that actually it's not about the overall temperature of the Earth. It's the climate changing too rapidly for the species who live on the planet to adapt to the new environment. So where you have an area that was once a rainforest and it becomes a savanna, obviously things that live in a rainforest can't live in a savanna. You have areas around the Sahara Desert that are getting desertification. If you've got crops there, they can't grow in sand. You can't grow things in sand, except maybe palm trees by the beach. So this is absolutely critical that we do something about climate change ASAP. And unfortunately, no one is grasping the nettle. No one is saying, right, we've got to do this, guys. Come on, everybody in, let's go. We've got China, we've got the US, and we've got the EU. They're the three big boys in the world. The EU, I wish it would do more, but it is a bit hamstrung by the fact that it represents the nation's interests of the membership nations rather than the nations themselves. They can't actually force too many policies on the member states. But what they can do is say to people like Bolsonaro in Brazil, hey, oi, stop burning down that rainforest, or we won't buy your products anymore, or we'll slap a huge big tariff on them. And that would hopefully make him sit up and pay attention, because obviously they want to sell stuff. That's the way trade deals work. They just want to sell you stuff. But Donald Trump in particular has been an absolute menace to the environmental movement, to what we need to do to secure the future of this planet. A child born today will be 80 at the end of the century, 80 years old. So that's within a lifetime. And it's looking like the temperature of the Earth, which hasn't moved more than a degree in 10,000 years, has now gone up a degree, an entire degree, in less than 200 years since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. And so now we're seeing this curve going up and up and up. We're seeing the acidity of the ocean increasing. We're seeing all these things going on, and the rainforests. I mean, the footage that you see of these huge fires, and there's the Bornean rainforest being cleared for palm oil, and it's just absolutely devastating to see. But it's also devastating for the planet. And Joe Biden has said, forget anything else he said or done. He said that he's going to take the US back into the COP, the Climate Change Paris Agreement, which Trump pulled America out of for no good reason, because it's voluntary. There's no sanctions if you don't do the stuff. It's just like, hey, we should really do something about this if we want the Earth to be as habitable as possible for future generations. If Trump wins tonight, if he wins, and I'll come to the ways this could all work out, basically, that's it. I've lost all hope for the future of this world, because every little bit of increase in the global temperature, it also increases the chances that your children and your grandchildren will die a violent death. There's no two ways about it, because there'll be less food, there'll be less space to live in, there'll be less habitable land, that we get less and less and less until that's it. We're fighting over meager resources to try and keep ourselves alive. So this is why it's so absolutely critical that Trump loses this election. And obviously, there's a million other reasons, because of his kowtowing to Putin and to fascist dictators around the world. Obviously, his sexual crimes that he's committed, the fact that he boasted about sexually abusing women, grabbing them by the pussy, the fact that he's the king of cronyism and nepotism, putting his family members into positions of office, his entire circle being plagued with criminality. 8 people, I think, in his inner circle who have now been either charged or arrested or thrown in jail for their crimes. I mean, it just stacks up. When someone says, I'm going to vote Donald Trump, you sort of look at them and go, and there's so many things you want to say. You want to go, but what about this? What about this? And they go, oh, that's fake news. You're like, no, these were words that came out of his face. He said them. Oh, yeah, but you take it out of context. I'm like, no, they pulled out of the climate change agreement. That's going to ruin the world. It's going to ruin the planet for everybody, because the US leads the way. And this is something that I always found interesting when I talk about the American election. To Americans, they're always a bit surprised. They're always a bit like, what do you care about the American election? Do you care about the election in Uganda? And I'd be like, well, actually, I do care a little bit about the election in Uganda, but it's not as consequential to my life and my family's life and my friends' lives here in the UK as the American election, because the old adage is America sneezes and Europe catches a cold, which is quite true. And there was a time there was a period from sort of maybe 1989 when the Berlin Wall came down, to probably September the 11th, 2001, America was the only superpower on the planet. It was the only one. Since then, we've seen China coming up. We've seen the EU become a lot stronger despite Brexit. And we've also seen a resurgence in Russia, not in economic terms, because Russia's GDP per capita is still on a par with Grenada. Well done, Putin. But in terms of its impact on the world, Russia under Putin is up there with China. China's doing physical infrastructure in Africa, all over Africa. And obviously you've got the situation in Russia where they're interfering in our elections, in our democratic elections. They're finding all the little faults, all the little gaps in it. They're using social media, they're using the internet, which didn't exist 20 years ago to any degree. I mean, this is mind-boggling, isn't it? In 1996, the first US general election, presidential election that I remember watching was when Clinton won his second term. There was no such thing as Google. Google didn't exist. We were using Netscape Navigator in 1996. It's quite interesting because this is going to be my first US election that I remember watching on my own. So I'm glad there are some people watching. I'm trying to look at my stats here. I don't know how to find out how many people are watching this, but I've got some notes, which is really cool. So I'll just tell you, the last US election I watched in Bocas del Toro in Panama with my neighbors who were a couple who were really big into Hillary Clinton. And that was absolutely devastating. And I got very drunk and a bit leery. Oh, getting drunk, that's a good idea. I'll open my can of beer. 2012 election, I was in Reunion Island, the French island sandwiched between Madagascar and Mauritius. I was there waiting for a boat or something to get back to Africa to visit South Sudan. 2008, I watched it in Liverpool with mate Dino and my mate Johnny Reynolds, who's now the Shadow Secretary of State for Work and Pensions in the Labour Party. Well done, Johnny. 2004, I watched it around at Johnny's house at Sefton Park. He used to live in Liverpool. 2000, I was still living in Manchester as a student. And I watched it with Johnny again. Hello, Johnny, if you're watching this. I don't think he will be. He's far too important now. But yeah, this is the first one that I've watched alone. Although I think my partner's still awake in the other room. I think she's doing some work or something. So she might pop in and say hello a bit later on. But yeah, I guess I'm not alone because I've got all you people writing to me. So what have we got here? Evening, Graham. This is John O'Sullivan from Ireland. If Trump wins, he will destroy what he has not already done. That's very true, John. 95 Winston says, good evening, all. Good evening, Winston. Elizabeth Bennett. Hello, Graham. Missed you. Yeah, hi, Elizabeth. David R. He already believes he's untouchable. Winning will prove it to himself. Yeah, we'll come to that. So what else have we got? We've got Alex Green saying, me too. John O'Sullivan saying, yes, great. Great to have you back. Oh, it's great to have you back. Sorry, I wasn't reading that properly. What's in this stuff? We've got T saying, hello all. Stanley Beckett. Trump has to go down. Right on, Stanley. We've got Mike there saying, evening all. Hoping the Americans don't make the wrong decision. I've been perfectly aware of the track record on massively stupid decisions. Well, I can't really talk about that because I live in a country that voted for Brexit. So there you go. Let's not forget a significantly larger proportion of the USA supports the dotard than supported the Nazis in 1933. That's very true. Although I do think there's a huge overlap between the people who vote for Trump and in another life would have voted for Hitler for exactly the same reasons that they give for voting for Trump. And this is something that I don't know how I got inoculated against this sort of growing up. But I've never been in awe of anyone. I've respected people like Sir David Attenborough, directors, because I'm big into films. So people like Sidney Lumet and Stanley Kubrick. And I respect them, but I don't idolize them. And the reason being is they tend to go on and make a crap film somewhere along the line, and you'd be like, well, I'm not going to see that film just because they made it. I don't have to think that everything they do is awesome. They can make mistakes and they can do bad things because they're just humans like the rest of us. But there are a significant proportion of the population that really, really, really idolizes the likes of Trump, Johnson, Farage, even Jeremy Corbyn, which I'm not going to go on about tonight. But yeah, and it's like, I just don't get it. I just don't get where you get to the point in your head thinking, this person can do no wrong. This person is beyond reproach. And I don't know anyone in real life who is like that. I don't know anyone who's not made some mistakes in their life, and to pretend they haven't and gloss over their mistakes, it's just a bit weird, especially when you don't know them, like personally, you never met them. Just a bit odd, a bit fangirl. Anyway, right, next onto the messages here. We've got Andrew Budkiewicz. Basically, 60% of Jeremy Vine show viewers wanted Trump to win. God, tells you everything you need to know about Jeremy Vine viewers. Climate change making a lot of Russia more arable. They'll probably be the only beneficiary. Yeah, that could happen. Something that's quite interesting about what might happen in the future with global warming is that it is climate change. So some areas will get a lot hotter, there'll be a lot more storms, but other areas might get colder. The big one is the UK, because at the moment it's warmed up by the Gulf Stream, which obviously comes from the Gulf of Mexico across the Atlantic Ocean to warm the waters around the UK and therefore warm the air and allow the UK to be kind of warm. That is under threat at the moment, because if all the ice melts out of Greenland, all the glaciers and all the surface ice melts, then there's not going to be this cold water that powers the conveyor belts back down to the Gulf of Mexico. And there's also nutrients that get pulled along with it as well, which is important for sea life. But just talking about the sort of central heating system of the UK. And you've got to remember, I'm in Durham at the moment, up in the northeast of England. And I'm on the same line of latitude. You can take the line of latitude around the world. And I'm on the same line of latitude as Lake Baikal in Russia, which is like in the winter, it's got like ice like half a kilometer thick. Well, maybe not that thick, but just huge amounts of ice. It's just absolutely bonkers to think that we just have this normal life where we have mild winters and mild summers where it just rains. And it could get very, very uncomfortable on this island very, very quickly because of climate change. We could be seeing winters where it's like -10, -20 degrees. We could be seeing summers where it's baking hot because the whole climate, the whole global climate has increased by 2, 3, 4 degrees centigrade, which would just be crazy. Celsius, sorry, it's not centigrade, is it? Young Einstein said Trump will win. Okay, I want to come to this. I'm just having a look at, I've got Sky News on at the moment. I really want to watch CNN, but I don't have that on terrestrial television. So I've got Sky News on, and it's got Sir Kim Darroch, who was the British ambassador, who there were cables leaked of what he wrote, secret communications from our ambassador, who's basically our spy in another country, and the British government. Critical of Trump, and so he got sacked from his post by our cowardly, craven Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He's on at the moment. They're sort of giving the Georgia exit poll the opinion of Joe Biden: favourable 51%, unfavourable 47%. Okay, cards on the table. Let's do some predictions. I think that Biden will win the popular vote. That's not going to be too what's the word? Controversial. Because it's like 99% certain he's going to win the popular vote. But America has a really daft system of electoral colleges. So each state gets at least 3 electoral college votes representing the 2 senators for each state and the number of their House of Representatives. So somewhere like, I don't know, California has a load of electoral votes because it's quite populous, but somewhere like Wyoming only has 3 because hardly anyone lives there. But it doesn't quite work out. So if you live in a city, if you live in a populous state or in a city, your vote is worth less than someone who lives in the middle of buttfuck nowhere in a farm, because that's just the way the system works. And it's just really, really unfair. So Biden actually has to win by at least 3% overall in order to win the Electoral College. And for the last, this is quite remarkable, since 1992, the Democrats have won the popular vote of every single American presidential election, except for 2004, which was obviously after 9/11, and they could have had anyone in charge at that time, and they would have got back in because it was after 9/11. So, this is a situation we found ourselves in now, where it's kind of like you're running a 21st century democracy on a constitution that was written in the 1780s, which is just bonkers. All the states have their own constitutions, and they've been updated over the years as things have changed, because obviously that's what happens. Things change over time, and you have to respond to them. And a constitution shouldn't be set in stone because something that made sense in the 1780s, like I think the Fourth Amendment is all about the rights not to have troops quartered in your home. It's not very relevant today. More relevant things could be put in there. And obviously the Constitution's not that great because it allows slavery, but going off the point here. So I think Biden will win the popular vote. I think that's pretty much, fait accompli. As for winning the Electoral College, I think he probably will. But, and this is the big but, I think Trump's going to cheat. I think there's going to be a point where Trump gets to a certain number of votes, say in Pennsylvania, which is going to be a very critical state for either of the two men to win. He might be ahead in Pennsylvania because they've counted the votes that have been cast today before they count the postal votes, which are overwhelmingly for Biden, for instance. And he'll say, we're going to stop the voting. And he's going to get the Supreme Court that he's stacked with his own cronies. I mean, there's only 9 people on the Supreme Court, and Trump has put 3 of them in their place. And so they're going to vote, we'll stop counting now. We've counted enough. And there's been so much voter suppression and so much attempts to undermine the mail system in America. I mean, what was going on over the summer where they were getting rid of the mailing machines, saying, we're making it more efficient by getting rid of these machines that make it more efficient. Are you going to replace them with more efficient machines? No, we're just going to leave it. It should be fine. It'll be fine. But it does actually look like the people who have voted in advance at the moment, their votes have gone through. There was an attempt in Texas. I don't know if people saw this. There was an attempt in Texas in an overwhelmingly Democrat county to try and dump a load of ballots, over 100,000 ballots, which would have been majority for Biden. Which is a little bit concerning, but happily the Supreme Court of Texas or whoever decides to make this decision has been appealed, and basically they're going to count these votes. Well, they should do, but the problem is it'll take a while to count them all. It might be several days before all the votes are counted, and if Trump can, he will stop the votes being counted when it looks like he's in the lead. And that's my biggest concern. So the things to watch out for tonight, basically, are Florida and Pennsylvania. If whoever wins those seats, those states, will make or break this election. So probably if it gets to a point where Trump looks like he's overwhelmingly winning in Pennsylvania, I think that's where I'm going to hit. I'm going to dump this and start hitting the hard stuff. I've got a bottle of whiskey downstairs. Trump is saying we're going to have a great night, surrounded by his non-scalable fence in his bunker. So back onto the live chat. It's I've got my laptop down here, so I'm just sort of looking at it. Mike doesn't get cult of personalities, even with celebrities. I don't get it. I don't get it. What's this obsession with these people that you don't know? You don't know them. Who cares? You got people in your family, haven't you? You got your friendship group. And when you talk to them and find out how they're feeling and what's going on in their lives. I hope Biden wins. That would be interesting for a US trade deal. Might come to that later. Public transport can't even deal with leaves. Was it the wrong type of leaves on the line or something like that? The only way of Republicans winning is if Trump declares an early victory for all mail votes. Counted. Yeah, T, you're absolutely right. If that happens, it'll go to the Supreme Court, and there are 6 Republican judges out of 9. So that's basically what I took 10 minutes to say in a very short space of a tweet. Hello, thanks for following me on Twitter. That's from C. Gatica. Hi. I've got Andy here saying this will blow her mind. Latest Jimmy Dore guess, the election is gubbed. Don't know what that means. Of course, Biden will win the popular vote. The last 5 times Democrat was elected, they've always won the popular vote. The Republicans the last 5 times they didn't. That's quite remarkable. So the 1992 election, Democrats won the popular vote. 98, 2000, 2008, 2012, and 2016. 6 elections in a row. Not in a row, it was a gap. But they've won the popular vote, and it should be based on the popular vote. It's supposed to be a democracy, isn't it? Why should one person's vote be worth less than another person just because of where they live? It's completely bonkers. However, there is something again. We need to talk about this, but if Biden wins, and it's a big if. There's a lot of things that they can do without having to change the Constitution in order for the Democrats to really shore up their support. I don't know if anyone saw my flag. Where do I put it? Oh, my US flag that I had on the still for this. But this is my little US flag. But if you look at it very carefully, you'll see it's a 52-star flag, because one of the things that they could do without having to change the Constitution is allow Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico statehood, and then they get 2 senators each. You get 4 more senators, and they will all be Democrat. Another thing that they could do is they could put more people onto the Supreme Court. The worry with that is when the Republicans get in, they'll put more people on the Supreme Court, and you'll end up with 37 people on the Supreme Court. So yeah, that's a bit difficult. But one of the more interesting ones that they could do, which is already in progress, is this idea that a bunch of states have got together and said, we will give all our electors to whoever wins the popular vote. That's it. And at the moment, they've managed to get enough electoral college votes for about nearly 200 of the 270 they need. And once they get over 270, then this agreement will kick in. And it'll mean that for future presidential elections, without having to change the Constitution, without having to change anything else, all they're doing is saying, right, whoever wins nationally, we give them our votes. So if the Republican wins nationally, they get the votes. If the Democrat wins nationally, they get the votes, and they win because it's over 100. It would add up to more than 270 votes, which I find really, really interesting. So just going back to some of the comments coming in here, system was designed to ensure that candidates actually campaigned in each state. Well, yeah, John, that's why it was designed in 1800 or whatever it was, and it made sense then, but it doesn't make sense now. And campaigners, no one's been to Hawaii, no one's been to Alaska, because there's no point. They know they're going to win there in those states. They don't need to get people to go to those states. If they wanted people to travel around the country and show up their support, it's much better to do it popular vote wise, because at the moment you can have several million votes from Texas and you lose 49.51%, and all those millions of votes just binned. Or you could win a state like New York or California by 91%, but everything over 50.01% is binned. Those votes don't matter. Once you've got over the 50% mark, there's no point to them. So you've got a lot of wasted votes in that respect. So yeah, calling the US democracy is more or less an insult to actual democracies. Mike, you're right. It is still a democracy. I mean, some of the things the Americans do is a bit weird. They like some states they elect their coroners, and they elect people who decide on their bodies and stuff. Seriously, they vote on that, which is I find bizarre. The other thing they vote on is like the person in charge of the bins gets voted on. But the really bad one is that judges get voted on. So they have these TV ads going, oh, vote for me, I'll throw loads of people in jail. And those adverts are paid for by the people who own the jails. So yeah, I would rather see a meritocracy, which we don't have in England by any stretch of the imagination. We have a chumocracy here, where it's not what you know; it is very, very much who you know. So Indiana has gone to Trump. That's no surprise there. Vermont has gone to Biden with 62%. So 12% of those votes have been wasted overall. You needed 50 to win. Going back to what I was talking about with the changing of the way that they count out the electoral college votes. The way that they do it at the moment, it has all this wastage. And it's fundamentally unfair, because the distribution of the college votes really does help out places like Wyoming loads. I mean, it still blows my mind that Wyoming, they have one senator per, I think, 200,000 people or 250,000 people, whereas California has one senator per 20 million people. It's just like, that's orders of magnitude less representation in the nation there. One of the other things that they're talking about is maybe splitting California into a few different states, and they would all obviously go to the Democrats. It's something that they could do. But it would force the Republicans to stop playing to the base, stop playing to the extremists on one side, and go for the center ground, go for the middle ground, go for compromise. And that's what politics is. It's the art of compromise. And I think that is something that has eluded a lot of people in recent years. It's all been black and white, right or wrong. There's been no kind of middle ground for people to say, you know, what can we do? What can we do here that satisfies both sides of the election, the political spectrum? Not that I think it's a spectrum, I think it's a circle, because the more fascist you get, it gets more communist, and the more communist you get. Anyway, most black votes get binned. Millions of reasons why votes get binned. And you're right about the voter suppression in America is absolutely disgusting, and it's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking that people still have to put up with this stuff in 2020. And the way that the election is run, it just seems so arcane. Each state has their own setup. You might not just be voting for the president. You probably won't be just voting for the president. You might have 20 different names, 20 different elections to vote for on the one paper. It can be incredibly confusing, and it's just a bit bonkers. It's not the best way to run a democracy. And I've often talked about this on my show when I was traveling around the world, but also on podcast. The fact that America is often held up as this bastion of democracy, this example, the exemplar of civilized democracy, but it's not. And it's a presidential democracy, and it winds me up, because I look at it and go, hang on, slow down. So you've got a guy who's in charge of the government, yeah. And the same guy is head of state, yeah. Do you think that should be two separate people? Like, have a head of state, just goes around opening supermarkets and shit, and then you have the head of the government who runs the government, the executive branch of the government. No, well, they can be the same person. Okay, well, who's in charge of the army? It's the same person. What? Who's in charge of the FBI? Same person. Who's in charge of the lifeguard? Same person. Coast Guard, sorry. Who's in charge of the CIA? Same person. Okay, all right. But the people around that person, they're all directly elected, right? No. Well, who are they then? They're mates of the president. They're mates of the. Is this what? How does? Why would you think that would be a good idea at any stage of this thing? You've got elections for people to collect. To manage your bin collections, but you don't have elections to, I don't know, the Secretary of Defense? What? Hey, what? And so, unfortunately, for a lot of countries in Latin America, in Africa, across Asia, they copied the American stupid presidential democratic model instead of copying a parliamentary democratic model, or German style presidency, where the president is just some person who opens supermarkets. They don't have any political power. They're just a figurehead for the country. And so you end up with this president. Invariably, it's usually a man, and he will be head of all this stuff. So you think of Putin, you think of Bolsonaro or any of the strong men, African presidents, and what they do is they set about changing the constitution because they don't ever want to stop being president. Why? Why would they do that? Why would Idi Amin changed the constitution to continue being president for life before he got kicked out of the country and ended up spending the rest of his days in Saudi Arabia? Why would Robert Mugabe do that? Why would they imprison the opposition or poison the opposition like Putin does to his opposition leaders? Well, because as president, they're above the law. And that pisses me off. That is the point where I'm like, hang on, all these lunatics running around putting the Magna Carta up, in the pub. Say, no, we can open because it says in the Magna Carta. It doesn't. But what it does say is that no one is above the law, not even the king. So if the king pisses you off too much, you can chop his head off, like we did to Charles I, because the law has to be above everything or it just doesn't work. But unfortunately, even in countries like France, the president is above the law and you can't prosecute them for anything until they're not president anymore. And this cuts across a lot of things as well. This isn't just presidential systems, but it's also the United Nations and the way that we deal with war criminals. So Slobodan Milosevic, for instance, in former Yugoslavia, he was untouchable until he wasn't president anymore. Then they could take him to The Hague and then they could prosecute him for all the crimes he committed. But until he wasn't president anymore, they couldn't. And the number of people who have suffered and died violent deaths as a result of people not leaving office because, okay, we've got to get this person out of here. All right, we're going to have to fight. We're going to have to have actual civil war for this to happen, to get this one man out of office, whether it's Gaddafi or Hussein or Trump. It doesn't matter. It's like this ridiculous system where as long as they stay in power, they can't be done for the crimes they commit while in power or before they got into power or whenever. They're just not. There's actually a law in France that says the president is above the law. And I think that is wrong. I think it's a bad system. And I think that we should have parliamentary systems. I think we should have frequent elections. I think we should have advisory referendums, not ridiculously binding ones that suddenly take 52% of the people who voted and make it 100% of the entire population of the country, including unborn children and senile people who don't know what day it is. Yeah, it's definitely their will. I'm sure of it, even though they didn't vote. Definitely their will. What they do in Switzerland is a pretty good model. They have these advisory referendums. They give people a lot of information about them and they vote. And it's a way, in a way, it kind of absolves politicians of the responsibility of some of the tougher decisions to make about things like abortion in Ireland, gay marriage, or something really important like the flag design of New Zealand. Put it up to referendum and then politicians don't have to take the blame for it if it turns out horribly, horribly wrong. Whereas you're seeing that with Brexit at the moment, aren't you? It's not our fault. It was the people. They voted for it. Anyway, so moving on with some of the comments that have come through. T's retracted a message. John Oliver did a nice video on gerrymandering a couple of years ago. Yeah. I made some popcorn for myself. And it's really lovely. It's salted caramel popcorn, homemade, home popped. However, it's absolutely full of kernels. I didn't pop it for long enough. Going off topic there, aren't I? By the way, states reporting now. We've got 3 electoral votes for Biden, and we've got 11 for Trump. But obviously, it's early days, and not like Indiana. Who cares? They've got to leave space for the UK star on the American flag. Yeah, very true. I'm gonna pull you up there at 95, Winston. The UK will never be a state of America. It will be the 6th overseas territory. It'll be on a par with Guam. and the Northern Mariana Islands. Right, the polls have just closed. It's past in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. I'm sure you're probably listening to me and looking at other things on the internet at the same time. I've got 538 up, and also a couple of other websites. I've got Twitter up, but it's a bit difficult to sort of read stuff and talk at the same time. It's why it's better when there's two of us or three of us, because when someone else is yabbering on about something, I could be checking what the messages say. So Anglican bishops arguably made lords in the UK. Yeah, we are still part of the theocracy. That's actually quite true. The fact that Boris Johnson can make his Russian mate an unelected Russian guy can be made a legislator, someone who can make legislation, a lawmaker, I should say. He can make his Russian mate a lawmaker in the House of Lords for life, a lifetime appointment. How nuts is that? So yeah, I don't think our democracy is particularly good. If I'm talking about parliamentary democracy, I'm talking about other parliaments like Iceland and Switzerland. Totally bang on about compromise. All deals are compromise. Hi Lee, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Yeah, Lee's right. All deals are about compromise. You give and take, and you surrender some sovereignty in doing that. You know, when people get married, they actually surrender a lot of sovereignty, of their own personal sovereignty, to go out and sleep with whoever they like, unless they're Tory MP and the things you don't like, I guess. The financial sovereignty, because you tend to put your finances together, and you make this compact, and you both give up a little bit of sovereignty in order to make something better, which is not being alone and, you know, having someone. Thanks for doing this, Graham. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Peter. I don't know if I'm just talking bollocks. Usually am. Mike says, with multiple party system, you're essentially guaranteed to have a coalition government, so compromise is ingrained in politics. With the either or system, nuance gets replaced by partisanship. Mike, absolutely spot on, 100%. The UK is held up as the mother of all parliaments by the British. It's way out of date. Chobai, you are right. Also, and this is really interesting, I've done a couple of these podcasts with Professor Tom Brooks of Durham University's Dean of Law and Politics here at Durham, and which has been in the news recently for all the wrong reasons. Glad I didn't go to Durham. I went to Manchester, which is a much better university in my esteemed estimation. But yeah, one of the most interesting things he said in one of the podcasts that we did, he said he studied politics in the US. He grew up there, obviously. He studied politics in the US, and he got all these qualifications, and eventually came over to the UK to actually teach politics. So he's qualified to be a teacher in this. And he hadn't heard of the term special relationship until he came to Britain. It's funny that. Anyway, so moving on, we've got Anthony Bullion. A lot of archaic, outdated, corrupt shit is held up by British people as the best, unfortunately. Yeah, Anthony, you're completely bang on the money there, mate. Mike says, in Germany, we do the opposite and instead learn about the Weimar Republic and everything that can go wrong in a parliament. Well, exactly. It's got to be consensual. And I like the idea of having proportional representation and not having one party that has complete control over everything, because we in the UK basically elect a dictatorship every 5 years. We don't get any say for 5 years, and then eventually we get a say, but it's a bit of a half-assed one, and it's a situation where if you live in an absolutely Tory blue constituency or Labour red constituency, your vote is wasted, because you might want to vote for the Greens, you might want to vote for the SNP, but they can't have your vote because it doesn't count. And for every one MP that the Greens have, they have like 1 million votes for every one MP they've got, whereas the Tories need a few thousand votes and they get an MP. It's ridiculous. David sounds like he's signed out for the night. We've got Uncivil Hydra, who says, when do we find out the election results? Well, They're going to be coming in through the night. The big one is going to be probably about 3 a.m. I think it's 3 a.m. when we should get some information about Pennsylvania. We might not. It might take days to get this information, but fingers crossed, it's a landslide for Biden. If he's up by 10%, then they'll call it early. If not, it could go on and on. So don't know. I think it's going to be a long night, put it that way. I've got plenty of beer. I've also got plenty of coffee as well. I've actually got 2 thermos things of coffee. Keep me going. I'm knackered, by the way. I should actually explain. I've got a really sore throat and I've still got no taste of smell or taste of smell, sense of smell or taste, because last month I had COVID. And I'll try and quickly tell this story. I know a few of you follow me on Twitter, so you probably saw what I posted. But basically, at the end of August, we had some problems with my dad, who suffers from vascular dementia. He's 83 years old, and he got rushed to hospital at the beginning of September because he wasn't eating and he wasn't drinking, and basically he had kidney failure. So he was in hospital for 2 weeks. They got him back on his feet, so to speak. But then after he got out of the hospital, for the first time, we were having health care professionals coming to the house every day, carers to look after my dad, because he can't look after himself. And getting up the stairs to put him in the shower wasn't an option anymore. And this service has been farmed out to a private company. So the NHS, basically, well, the taxpayer pays a private company to do this work, and they come to the house 4 times a day in minimum PPE. And it was only a few days after my dad had got back from hospital, I had gone back to Liverpool to help my mum look after him, that my mum and I developed symptoms of COVID-19. She went off for a test literally the next day, and we waited 4 days for the test results to come in. They came back positive. So I was like, oh God, get on my app, get on my, what is it called, the NHS app, get on the app. And it says, I want to tell it that I've tested positive. It says, put your code in. I went, oh, well, I haven't got a code, but I live with someone who's got a code. Can I put that in? No. Okay, well, I'll get a test then. So I got a test. It took another 4 days to come back to me. And guess what? It was negative. I did a test for my dad at the same time, and that came back positive. So my mum was positive, I was positive. I was negative. My dad was positive, which is a big worry. You're dealing with this guy who can't explain anything. He's lost his speech, so he can't tell you whether he's feeling rough or if he's feverish or if he can't breathe. I'm like, oh my God. So I got another test, and the second test took 4 days to come through. So it was actually it was 15 days it was after I first developed symptoms of COVID that I finally got the diagnosis saying that I had a positive diagnosis. And I couldn't believe this. It's like 2 weeks. This is a test that if I flew to Italy, I could have done in like 30 minutes or less. I was like, well, why is it take so? But the track and trace thing, I put in my numbers and stuff. It's too late. But what the worst thing of all is that the healthcare visitors go from house to house to the most vulnerable people in society, and they're in minimum PPE. And if they have a face shield, they've bought it themselves online. They've bought the face because the company doesn't provide them with face shields. So they could be spreading COVID from house to house, which they probably are, because we've been very careful to shield my dad, obviously because of the situation, from COVID for the last 6 months. To be in this situation now where it's like, nothing we can do about this. We have to let these people in. And I'm telling them to put the face mask up over their nose, because the guy comes around, he's got his mask under his nose. I'm like, can you just okay then? And as he's talking to you, it slips down again. And I'm like, oh my God. And it's just bonkers. And so I put this stuff in my app and it doesn't tell anyone. And I had the track and trace people call me up and say, we need to find out who you've been in contact with. I said, well, a few days before I went back because my dad was in hospital. And I was on a train. I didn't log on because I was on a train. And like, oh no, we don't cover that. So if someone was on the train with me and caught COVID, gave me COVID, or I gave them COVID, they'll never know. I was just like, what? So this is the system that we've got in the UK at the moment. However, things might be looking a bit better because it looks like Liverpool is getting the first of the this new test, which takes 15 minutes or 20 minutes or something, and they're testing as many people as they can in Liverpool, which is hopefully a step in the right direction. But what I can't get out of my head is that in the US, over 235,000 people have died of COVID. In the UK, at least 45,000 people have died of COVID. Probably the excess deaths look about 70,000. In Thailand, which has about the same population as the UK is 66 million, Thailand's 69 million. In Thailand, the death toll is 59. Not 59,000, just 59. We had more deaths than that in the space of a few hours today in the UK. In Vietnam, which is a much bigger country, it's 95 million people live in Vietnam. So it's a third bigger than the UK. They've had 35 deaths. Why? Masks, testings, local lockdowns, the sensible things that you do if you want to take this disease seriously and make sure take this virus seriously and make sure it doesn't spread. And then you can reopen the schools and you can reopen your gyms and you can reopen the economy. But because we've just done it all really half-arsely, it's just been an absolute catastrophe. And the people in charge are inept. And I want to see them not just not be in charge anymore. I want them charged with criminal manslaughter, corporate manslaughter, because they're responsible for the deaths of thousands of people. And people go, oh, he's doing the best he can. He's doing the best he can. I'm like, he's not a child. He's not like a little kid who's just come second in the sack race. This is people who are in charge of the country. It should be a little bit better than that. Anyway, so Catherine's just come in. She's up very late. It's like 20 to 1 in the morning. So Mike's asking, is there a valid reason for lifetime appointments? Night night. Are you off to bed? Okay. Let's have a look. Is there a valid reason for lifetime appointments other than politicians staying there welcome? Doesn't sound why it's a thing. I have no idea at all, but the House of Lords, it's a lifetime appointment. The Pope and the Queen, lifetime. Well, the Pope is voted on by the cardinals, but the Queen is just born into it. It's a lifetime appointment, although people are saying that she might retire. That'll just be a little bit of a rumour. We need ranked voting for Parliament to replace the Lords with elected or conscripted like jury duty body. Yeah. There was an interesting idea from Will Hutton, who wrote The State We're In. And I actually had the good fortune of meeting him earlier this year. And he proposed a House of Britain. So you have the House of Commons and the House of Britain. And it's basically the chamber where they talk about all the devolved stuff, the stuff that faces the whole country, rather than the stuff that is just for Scotland and Wales. And they have delegates that come from each of the 4 nations of the United Kingdom, and they meet. But it's pointless now because Scotland's leaving, so whatever. Florida should have a result by 2 a.m. UK time. Yeah, Mike, you're right. But whether we get a conclusive result or not is a bit up in the air. Biden doesn't need to win Florida. There's only about 5 states that matter in this whole thing, and Florida's one of them. But Biden's still got a lot of paths to victory if he loses Florida. It seems a bit weird to me that so many people who are Cuban descent go for the Republicans in a really big way. I find that a little bit upsetting, as they came over essentially as refugees. Obviously, they're treated a lot better than the Haitian refugees from just across the way, because you got Cuba here and you got Haiti next to it. But they're still refugees nonetheless, and the Democrats have traditionally had the back of refugees more than the Republicans have ever done. To go for the Democrat Party is just like, feels very much like kicking the ladder away, or in their case, kicking the boat away. Bit random, but you have the same sofa as me. Oh, okay. This is actually Catherine's sofa. These are my posters, by the way, though. I got my movie posters on. See if you can ID them. That one's pretty easy because you can see half the word, but that's a bit more difficult. Here in Belgium, there's so much fragmentation, it takes 500 days to get a government. There are limits to proportional representation if some parties want the country to fail. Yeah, you're absolutely right. NTB 1972. Yeah, you're absolutely right. No one solution is perfect, and this strivance for perfection is it's a line, isn't it? That I know James O'Brien uses a lot. He said, "Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good." Humans are not perfect. And therefore the things we make are not perfect. The things we produce are not perfect, and the things that we imagine are not perfect. And whether it's creative work of art, or whether it's a bridge, or whether it's a political system, there's going to be imperfections in it because it's human. We're not perfect creatures. Our minds aren't perfect, although some people seem to think that they can never make a mistake, which is a really weird mindset, and it's something that I wish they would teach in school. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to act, get something a bit muddled up. But it's fine. It's okay. You can be wrong, and just say apologize and move on. Wish they taught that in school. I hear this story way too often. Medical personnel need far more support than they get. Yeah, it's disgraceful. It's absolutely disgraceful. Oh, and that's something else that you just reminded me of. They don't get tested. I asked them, I said, do you get tested each week or something? No, you don't get tested at all. If you want to get tested, we've got to pay for it. It's 120 quid. But why isn't the company, the company that employs these people, that's being paid for by the taxpayer, why don't they pay for tests if they can't get them on the NHS each week? These people are going from house to house to people who are elderly, infirm, the very people who are most likely to die of coronavirus, and they're not being tested. That's just unless they develop symptoms. And we know that you can spread the virus asymptomatically. You don't get any symptoms at all, but you can spread it. And also, you can spread it a couple of days before you get the symptoms. I still can't taste or smell anything. Oh, well, I can if it's a really strong smell, or if it's really salty or sweet or spicy. I can taste it. So I'll put loads of caramel on these on my popcorn here. Loads of salt as well. Anyway, right, back to some of the messages. Mike's been on here. To be honest, the people who support Starmer and the people supporting Corbyn should be in separate parties, but with your voting system, that would basically ensure Tory rule forever. Yeah. Well, this is something that I really feel like what's left of the United Kingdom in 2024, which will be Northern Ireland, Wales, and England. I don't know how they're going to make a country name out of that. It's a bit bonkers to me. With Scotland gone, the Tories will just be in so much control, because England is a conservative country. It always has been. And with Scotland, I mean, it's either going to be gone to the SNP, or literally it's going to be its own country. Good luck to them. I might move there. It's not far from where I am at the moment. But they, what's going to happen is that unless the Lib Dems and Labour and the Greens all get together as a coalition and stand down, so you make sure that no one stands in Brighton Pavilion apart from on the left, apart from Caroline Lucas. No one stands, in constituency in the Cotswolds apart from the Lib Dem candidate who's likely to win there. The Labour candidate doesn't stand. Unfortunately, Labour have it in their constitution that they have to send a member of parliament in every constituency in Great Britain, which is maddening. And they say, we want people to give them the opportunity to vote for their party, even though, and it's like, yeah, I get that, but for this one election, please gang up on the Tories, the three of you, gang up, all of you, put your votes together, and then go into Parliament as a coalition. You'll have more seats than the Tories, and then change the system to a PR system. And then everyone can vote for the party that they want, no matter where they live. It's a lot more fair. Elizabeth Bennett says, hey, Graham, you talk so much sense. Lies. Take that back. Journalists appear so lackluster in the questioning government representatives. It drives me mad. Yeah, and that's another part of the democracy that stifles any kind of democratic debate or information giving in the UK. Everything's so bloody slanted, and it used to be the case that the tabloids were really bad, but the TV news was pretty good, and the radio news was pretty good because it had to be impartial. But what they've done is they've done away with impartiality and gone for balance instead. So there's reporting that it's raining, and that's impartiality. And then there's balance, where you bring on two people, one of which thinks it's raining and the other one thinks it isn't raining, and you make it sound like both of their opinions are equally valid when it's actually bloody raining. You can see it. Why are you asking this person who thinks, It reminds me of when I was going to do these travel things. When I was in Gabon, I just remember this wonderful time I was in Gabon, and I was traveling down to the border with Congo, and I was on the back of a pickup truck, and I was holding on for dear life, above the cab like this, and I had this guy next to me, and I said to him, it's raining. It's just started raining. He said, no, you can't. It's not the rainy season. And I'm like, but it's raining. Yeah, no, that's not rain. And I'm like, it just reminded me of that. Okay, so the Cubans in Florida have been told for decades by the Republicans that the Democrats and Castro are the same. Sadly, a lot of them believe it. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, I can see that, and it's like when people say, "Oh, you know, these politicians over here, they get, they're just like this communist, they're just like this fascist," and a lot of the times it's not true. But then you look at someone like Farage, and he's actually, he's mirroring the tactics of Adolf Hitler. A lot of them. He's obviously read a book on Adolf Hitler and gone, okay, made some notes and gone to the British people with what he's got in his head that Hitler did and gone, I can do something similar. And he's been very successful as a result, because it's an easy way to manipulate people. And it's unfortunately the case in a lot of places where, they'll convince you that the people who mean you harm are your friends, and the people who mean you well and want to help you are your enemies. So David Kai says, if anyone wants to run for president in 2024, they should say they're running as soon as possible. Like on 1st of January 2021, seems to have worked for Trump. Yeah, well, Trump said he was going to run. Didn't he try and run in 2000 for the Democrats or something? A Northern uni, someone remind me which one, had 75% of the students test positive, but only 10% had symptoms. I know Newcastle had a lot of positive tests. I don't know if that was the one you're talking about. Any chance the North can join Scotland? I would like that. The Northeast, Northwest. Join Scotland. To be honest with you, I'd like our country back. I'd like to be Britain again, but it's gone. It's over. The Union Jack will soon not be our flag. We'll take it down, like Mountbatten in Bombay. Take it down in 1947, and it'll never go up again. That'll be it. And a lot of people will look at that and go, "Good, serves you right." But there's a part of me that is really sad about it, and I feel like I shouldn't. I shouldn't get emotional about a country. It's daft, but it was my country. It was my country. It was the country I was born in, and the country that, for a time, I was proud to have been born in. Not for the achievements of some people that are dead and I never met, and just because it meant that I was afforded opportunities that I wouldn't have if I was born somewhere else. And I was well aware of my privilege of being a white, middle class, English speaking bloke. And I just took this sort of around the world. And one of the things that breaks my heart now more than anything, and when I say that my country's gone, it's not just about the fact that Scotland's leaving and Northern Ireland's probably going to be reunited with Ireland, but the country that I grew up in, that I thought that I knew, doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anymore. And when I was traveling around the world, one of the most telling things was the way, when I was chatting to people, they were always interested in where I was from. And I never had a problem. I never thought, oh, I better not say I'm from Liverpool. I better not say I'm from Britain. I better not say I'm from England, because they might have a bad opinion of me. They might be mean to me. They might beat me up. I never thought about that. And yet, back in the UK, now, whenever I speak to someone and they've got a very strong accent and I pick it up and I think, oh, they're probably from Iran, they're probably from East Africa. And I say, oh, where are you from? I get that look. I get the look of someone going, okay, I don't know you. And basically, I've had bad experiences because I've come from another country. So I feel a bit dodgy actually telling you where I'm from. And that, for me, is the most heartbreaking thing about modern Britain, that the racism, the xenophobia, the hatred of all things foreign has got that bad that people who live here and people who work here don't want to talk about where they're from, where they were born, out of intimidation and fear for the response that they'll get if they say, I'm from Iran, I'm from Zimbabwe, I'm from Bolivia. And I find that absolutely the worst part of what's happened, and it really does break my heart. And that's when I say, I feel sad now. I think the high watermark. A lot of people, feel like this, but the high watermark was the 2012 Olympics. It was kind of, made us feel like, yeah, we've done some good things in the past. We've also done some bad things. We've come to terms with our history. And now they're just whitewashing history and think that someone going to read a plinth on the bottom of a bloody statue is the same as doing a 3-year Bachelor of Arts in history and politics. Anyway, right. So on to Cyber Master. He said, do you really expect a government with Bojo to actually put together a working and thought out system to prevent diseases? No, I wouldn't trust them to run a bath. Farage and Johnson don't need to make those kind of notes. They just have to listen to Bannon. Yeah, very true. Who was arrested recently. Hopefully he'll go to jail. You remember the letter from Farage's schoolmaster? Yes, very true. There was also that letter about Boris Johnson, wasn't there, from his schoolmaster saying that he didn't think the rules applied to him. Very telling. Didn't the Jesuits say, show me the child, 7 years old, and I'll show you the man. Or grown up, I should say. Let's have a look. Farage is someone, this is John Barleycorn, saying Farage is someone, I'll just have the screen. Farage is someone who wants the perks of power without having to do the job. If anyone actually gave him power and the responsibility that goes with it, he'll run a mile. Yeah. He's living off his nice MEP pension now, isn't he? On the gravy train till the day he dies. And his 2 children have German passports, so they're going to continue their freedom of movement around the continent of Europe, while their UK counterparts will not be allowed to do that because of their dad, which I think is fundamentally unfair. What bothers me is that I've got friends and family who voted for Farage, or for vote leave. And this is another thing that just gets me to a point. Oh, Kentucky have voted for Trump. No surprise there. The fact that people, they look at someone like Farage and they go, that man's talking sense. I'll listen to this person. And I'm standing there and they've known me all my life. They might have known me since I was a baby. And they know that I studied history and politics at university. They know I've been to every country in the world. They know I've done all that stuff. And yet they don't ask me. They listen to a man they'd never met. And it goes back to this whole celebrity thing of like, fawning over some famous person. And the left do this just as bad. One person who wound me up loads in 2015 was that bloody twig man. What's his name with the big long words? Russell Brand. There were a couple of things that were like dominoes on the way to Brexit. One of which was Len McCluskey, who on behalf of all Scousers everywhere, I would like to apologise for Len McCluskey. I'm very, very sorry. We won't do that again. He blocked David Miliband from winning the Labour leadership contest. Basically, by doing that, he backed his brother Ed. And by doing that, he basically laid the foundation for Labour losing in 2015. But someone who I also feel should take some responsibility for that is Russell Brand. Because, if I don't know if you remember this, but in the lead up to the 2015 election, he was running around on Newsnight. What the fuck is he on Newsnight for? He's a comedian, for Christ's sake. Giving these really ridiculous stoner-like conversations with Jeremy Paxman going, well, there's no point in doing anything because it's all like, shit, isn't it? So why bother voting? And him telling his younger viewers and fans to not vote meant that when he decided actually a few days before the election that, yes, you should vote and you should vote for Ed Miliband's Labour Party, it was a bit bloody late because there were a lot of young people who hadn't registered to vote in their constituency because the man on the telly, who they really like and think is funny, told them not to bother with all that politics stuff because all the politicians are the same. And this is something that South Florida, let's have a look. We're getting some Florida constituencies in, but Miami-Dade has come in for Biden. It's quite big for him at the moment. It's 53.9% for Biden. That's pretty good for Miami-Dade County, which is obviously very populous. And Biden's got over 500,000 votes there. That's pretty good. Anyway, so going back onto Russell Brand and celebrities and people going, oh, look, I'm politicians, celebrities. And when we look back over this period in history, we're just going to be like, okay, so we have Forrest Gump, who made people think that stupid people have superpowers. And then we had Big Brother, which made people think that anyone, can do anything as long as they're on television. Reality TV. And then, that's all sort of come together now with the reality TV people that we have running countries. I think Italy had a reality TV star, the comedian running, and then you had Boris Johnson, who obviously made his mark on Have I Got News for You? And I don't know if you watched that clip from back in the 90s before, but Ian Hislop really does have a go at him. He absolutely trolleys him for that bloody phone call that Boris Johnson made. Someone made a phone call to him saying, I need to know where this journalist lives so I can go and beat him up. And he gave him the address to go and beat him up. It's not mentioned enough. As a Dutch person, I doubt you will have to stop making the distinction between UK and England, at least for the next 50 years. Not that they're correct. It's just that they mistake one name for the other. Yeah, I know, but I'm still baffled how Farage has any credibility with Brexiteers. As soon as it was revealed he applied for a German passport, and he wants to be a German. The other is named. One of them wants to be German. The other is named Francois. Mark Francois. We haven't seen him recently, have we? We can never blame normal people for not knowing the politics. We must help them learn what these morons actually stay and promote. If not popular swim, much better. Sauce Master. You're absolutely right there. There is a tendency, isn't there, to sort of just go, oh, stupid people voting for these people. And it comes out of a sense of frustration, and I do it, and I know that I do it, and I know I shouldn't do it. But when it comes to things like Brexit, yes, people were lied to. When it comes to things like Trump, people are in a cult. It's like just the same sort of deprogramming that you need to do to get someone out of a cult, to get someone out of voting for this guy. And nothing you can say will sway them because they'll just say, it's fake news. It's fake news. And same now with the people who have not followed the rules on lockdown. Why would you after Dominic Cummings didn't? What's the point of that? And so we've got these situations where people will do stupid stuff, and I think it comes down to the fact that there's a portion of the population who are quite smart and quite switched on and care about the world, and then there's a segment of the population that just want to watch the world burn and take pleasure in other people's misfortune, and then there's other segments of the population who just don't care. I mean, they're just getting on with their lives, and I think that in any given population, you're going to have people like that. You're going to have people like that in Thailand, in Vietnam, but they've only had a handful of COVID deaths because they've got better leadership. And they might be not particularly democratic leadership, but they've got better leadership. They've got people in charge who have dealt with SARS before, dealt with pandemics before, and are more interested in saving people's lives than I don't know, scoring political points by saying, oh, the leader of the opposition has recommended a lockdown. We're going to say that that's just point scoring. We're going to ignore that for 2 weeks, and then we're going to announce a lockdown anyway, after a few thousand people have unnecessarily died as a result of us not announcing an earlier lockdown. So Ohio is 31% in. It's way up for Biden. Bloody hell. So it's 58% to Biden at the moment, but it's too early to call because only 31% of the votes have been counted. Oh my God, the Florida is 86% in, and Trump is ahead by 0.6% for Florida. He's got 5 million votes, and Biden's got 49.9 million votes. Oh my God, that is so close. So that's with 86% of the votes in. Okay, so things are getting interesting now. A lot more polls have closed, and we're getting counting the votes. I don't think that Biden will win Florida. I think it will go to Trump. The only one that I'm really care about at the moment is Pennsylvania, which I don't think we find out about for another hour or so. I'm going to go back to your messages. It's great, this, isn't it? I feel like I'm having a conversation with people. If we have a Trump win, then very likely we will have no deal with the EU. Sad that Labour equally ideological, sitting back to wait. Come 2021, there's no deal. I'll blame both Tories and Labour. Yeah, so will I. But the fact is that deal or no deal, things are going to get shit very, very quickly in this country because there's going to be a huge load of barriers to trade around to our biggest trading partner. And I've banged on about this for the last 4 years, and it's really dispiriting that I get people who say to me, still to this day, well, Graham, you might have a degree in politics and you might have been to every country in the world, but what you don't understand, and then they go and repeat something they read in the Daily Mail. I've got a friend, I'm not going to say who it was, but they used to work as a civil servant in the government. They used to prepare government statistics to give to ministers. And this person had an argument with their dad, who reads the Mail, over the reporting of some statistics that they had worked on. And their dad believed the newspaper over their own offspring. All right, anyway, so the biggest Brexit supporters where I work of all Northern Irish unionists with passports that take some of the edge off. Yeah. It's this thing, isn't it? Like, come on, let's go for a loop-de-loop in this aeroplane. I've got a parachute, you don't. Haha. Mike has said, all the retirees in Spain do not realise the only reason they can live there is because Spain is because of freedom of movement, which they voted to be abolished. I think, some of them don't realise that. A lot of them don't realise that. It was never really explained. And I think the Remain campaign, or the Bettering campaign, needs to take a lot of responsibility for that. The Bettering campaign was bloody awful. It was absolutely awful. It had bloody David Cameron as its figurehead. It was just embarrassing. But then, a week before the 20 2016 election referendum, half of all Labour voters didn't know whether Labour were for or against Brexit. Absolutely damning. Peter says, "Do an amazing job, Graham." Yeah, thanks. See if we can keep it up for another couple of hours. Dan Man, you can be an anarchist and still want to improve the system because at least it's an improvement. Yeah, I don't think he's an anarchist. He's far too rich to be an anarchist. He's a libertarian. That's just a rich anarchist. Controversial. Choice quote for our times: "The more stupid a person, the smarter they believe themselves to be. But it takes a genius to realize how little one knows." Yeah, that's very, very true. And it does kind of, it's intimidating, isn't it? Because you look at any sort of discipline or subject, and just peek in to something. There's a whole world out there that you know absolutely fuck all about, and it for me, I look at someone who's an expert in that field and go, wow, now there's someone that I would look up to and respect in that field. Not in all fields. I don't think anyone's a jack of all trades or they're right all the time about absolutely everything. I wouldn't ask someone who was big into astrophysics how to cook a paella. You are with that information. Yeah, I think it all factors into the way people behave and the way people vote. What we need isn't better people. And it's not even stuff that you can necessarily educate people out of a mindset. People are just like that. What we need is leadership. What we need are people who know how to lead and people who can be convincing, but also people and funny and charismatic, but also have some substance behind what they say and be able to explain perhaps very complex issues in a way that people find digestible and perhaps entertaining, but there's no attempt to do that on the left or the right. Really, they just want to just sound bites. One of the things that I feel very let down by with Labour over the last few years is, and they got punished for it here in the north, where I'm in Durham, seven constituencies in County Durham. It's a big county, but there's not many people live here. And 4 of them have gone to the Tories, I think. 4 of them. These are ex-mining communities. Gone to the Tories. And one of the things that Labour could have done is have people knocking on the doors and explaining why Brexit was a bad thing and explaining it to people and taking the time to do that. And they would have had a million activists, the people who, all dickheads like me, and possibly you watching this, who went on all those marches. We would have done it if they said, look, we need people to know that leaving the EU is a really bad idea and Britain's a great country and we don't need to, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they would have a million activists knocking on people's doors saying, hey, let's discuss this. Let's go beyond the slogans. But they weren't interested. They weren't interested in helping to educate the population and to understand what the hell's going on here. And so if you're not forewarned, you're not forearmed, and then the con men come in, your Farages and your Johnsons and your Richard Ticers and your Daniel Hannons and your Aaron Banks, and did any of these not go to private school? I think they all went to private school. I'm not talking about this in this podcast. So Labour Party, a lot to answer for when it comes to Brexit. Yeah, Anthony, you're right. I need to get the Dunning-Kruger effect graph tattooed on my head. I suffer from not so much the Dunning-Kruger effect, because I'm quite a confident person. I suffer from imposter syndrome, something rotten, and it's really started affecting me more as I get older. Because I look back over some of the videos, TV shows, blogs, things I've done in the past, and it feels like I watched someone else do it. It feels really weird. It feels like I watched a movie in which this crazy ginger scouse guy did this stuff, and it's just a bizarre trick that your mind plays on you, and you think, oh, I'm not good enough for this. I'm not. How could I have done that? That's bonkers. And that's something that I don't think the likes of Trump and Johnson really feel. I like to think that there's a guy on the news at the moment with 45 on his cap. I like to think that's his IQ. Okay, so back onto the messages. Mike said US evangelicals are especially scary. About 25% of the US population want the Jews to return to Israel so the apocalypse occurs and Jesus can return. They're a death cult that votes. Yes, it's very true. I made a few websites in preparation for this election. One of them was called Hail the Dark Lord .com, and it was the United Satanists for Trump. And yes, the vote for Trump is a guaranteed one-way ticket to hell, if you believe in that sort of thing. Elizabeth said, Mark, Francois has another problem, cough, cough, apart from being a short-arsed idiot. Really upsetting, actually, that footage of him in the select committee berating the guy. His name escapes me now, but he's the head of the British Armed Forces, and he threatened him. Mark Francois, this little tiny little gammon man, this gammonite. And he says, oh, you better sort it out or I'll get Dominic Cummings onto you. Like a child, like an actual child who's a bit, in the lower set. And he says this to the head of the army. And I'm thinking, hang on, I'm not the only person watching this. I'm pretty sure that the Russians are going to be watching this and the Chinese are going to be watching this and enemies around the world of the British system. I'm not saying people, I'm saying the government, so Iran. They're going to be watching this. They're watching this little tiny little runt, this little turd, disrespecting the head of the armed services of the UK and the armed services going, all right then. And the Chinese are watching this going, oh, all right, should we be worried about Britain? No. Because, you can slag them off to their face and they do nothing about it. So not only are people laughing at us and disrespecting us because of what we're doing with Brexit and having a clown like Boris Johnson in charge, whose job as foreign secretary seemed to be to just bumble around the world insulting as many people as he could possibly find. And then he finally resigned on the day that a British citizen died after a Russian attack on our soil. And he resigned. He never made a statement about that. No one picks him up on it. Pisses me off. Yeah, so that's a stupid crap to have in your head at T. Tattoo Dunning-Kruger effect graph on your foot. That way you can actually kick a non-believer. No tattoos. Just not worry about getting daft tattoos tonight, especially after a few drinks. Talking of drinks. Not sure. Florida counts mail-in votes automatically and sorts them in advance. It doesn't take too long. Yeah. So, but it does look with 86% of the vote for Florida in. It's coming down to the wire. It's very, very close. 89% in now. Trump is about 200,000 votes ahead. So Trump's probably going to win Florida. Georgia is looking like it's going to go to Trump, unfortunately. Illinois. Illinois? What? Hey, what? Illinois, loads of votes went to Trump. I guess they're counting the rural counties first. New Hampshire's 8% in. 8%. What can you tell from 8%? North Carolina is 0.1% in. And they're saying it's too early to call. Do you think? we've still got 99.9% of these things to count. Ohio's 42% in, and it's with 42% in, it's 55% Biden and 45% Trump. So that's good. Pennsylvania's 3% in, but it's 82% Biden. I think they're obviously counting the votes in Philadelphia first or something. Rhode Island is 49.1% for Biden and 49% for Trump. South Carolina, there's not enough percentage-wise to actually call any of these in yet. But yeah, Virginia looks like it's going to Trump, but it's only 27% in. There's nothing you can say at the moment. Let's just go back to the messages. Mike says, so I've heard the Daily Fail, the Scum, the Tory Graph, and the Red Guardian. Does anyone know the nickname for the Daily Express or the Metro? Well, the Sexpress, it was owned by Richard Desmond, but it's not anymore, I don't think. But he made all his money through Reader's Wives style magazines in the 1980s, didn't he? A bit of titillation and pubes. They were big in the 80s. I mean, big. They were actually. So current predictions put the COVID second wave peak deaths around the end of the Brexit transition period end. Oh, God. Merry Christmas, everyone. Lee's saying he works in a 1,600 bedder hospital. Tim says, I'm tuning in and out of this. I'm watching The West Wing and sticking you on with the adverts on. It's the election night for Sheen as well. You're more gripping. Oh, I'm more gripping than Charlie. Than Martin Sheen. Thanks. I think he means the election. Elephant in the room. How do we say freedom of speech and say democracy when we have algorithms bombarding us with fake news, stoking up fear and hate? That's a really good question. There's not much we can do about the internet except bring court cases, I guess, and lobby the EU to bring in stricter regulation on the internet, which is done with the data handling, which just gives annoying pop-ups on all of our websites at the moment, but the heart was in the right place. But yeah, I think Extinction Rebellion had a really good idea. Although, Lee, if you're watching this, I think we had this idea a bit before then, but we didn't actually have the resources to actually do it. But yeah, blockading the presses, because there's only a few places where newspapers are printed, and if you blockade the presses, then the newspapers don't go out. You only need to do that a few times, and you destroy the newspapers. But then they just don't go online. But younger people don't read newspapers, so that's a good thing. Like, no one under the age of 40 reads a newspaper. West Virginia looks like it's gone to Trump. It's been projected 10% of the votes in. It's a bit cheeky, isn't it? But yeah, it's pretty much guaranteed to go to Trump, West Virginia. I think West Virginia and Virginia split in the Civil War, maybe. But it's a bit mad because there's no East Virginia. In the same way, there's no North Sudan. It's just Sudan and South Sudan. And there's no Southern Macedonia. There's just North Macedonia. And then there's Macedonia that's a province of Greece, which is the problem with the name. And there's also an Inner Mongolia, which is in China. It's inside China. That's what we called Inner Mongolia. And Mongolia used to be Outer Mongolia. Okay, I'm getting off topic here. Back to Peter's mention about the algorithms. Yeah, I've been kicked off Facebook this week. I don't even know what for, because it didn't come up with the reason. It just says you've been kicked off for a week. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, and I wish I did. The people who were young and idealistic about the internet at the dawn of it have turned out to be the monsters that we feared they might be, and it does make things quite difficult. Right, Florida looks like it's going to go to Trump. They've got 90% in now, and Trump's about 2% of the vote ahead. Georgia's too early to call. Illinois is too early to call. Illinois looks like it's massively over to Trump, but they've only counted about 14,000 votes. New Hampshire looks like it's going to Biden, but that's only 4 electoral votes. Not really worth that much. North Carolina is 15 electoral votes, much more interesting. But with 60% in, it's got 54% to Biden, which is good. Ohio is 42% in, and it's 55% to Biden, 43.6% to Trump. That's really good, but it might change. Who knows? Pennsylvania, with 3% in, is 82% Biden and 16% Trump. That's way too early. Way too early. Regulations and the political will to enforce them. This is Mike responding to Peter's question. Yeah, regulations. Otherwise, we're at the point of dystopian companies. The EU at this point is the only entity that attempting that, and Ireland is blocking for financial reasons. Peter M says, been tuning into the mainstream media and tuning into you. You're doing a great podcast, although please make sure you eat and hydrate with refreshments. Yes, I have beer. I have good old Carlsberg. You ever watch the movie Ice Cold in Alex? It's a great old film, and it's about these guys and these nurses going through the Libyan desert on the way to Alexandria in Egypt. And they can't be on the road because it's during the war. And they say the one thing that keeps them going through the desert is this idea that when they get to Alexandria, they're going to have a nice cold beer. And I think in the book it's a different brand, but in the film it was Carlsberg, because Carlsberg paid a load of money for that to happen. So with 3% of the votes in from Pennsylvania, it's massive Biden over the top, 82%. But that's going to change as more votes are actually counted. This have got literally 97% of the votes to count. Indiana has projected Trump as the winner with 59% of the votes. Ohio, with 42% in, Biden is way ahead, 55.8% of the votes to count. And I'm assuming that, I don't know, won't they be counting the votes from Cleveland first, and then Columbus, which is the capital, and then everywhere else, the rural places, they get counted last, maybe? I don't know. New Hampshire has surprisingly gone for Biden, with 10% in. It'll go to Biden. Right, let's have a look at this. Illinois would surprise me for a Trump win. Well, it looks like it's going that way. I was thinking the minorities in Chicago, but then again, there were Italian Americans who admitted they'd never heard a word in Italian. It's funny how expats, we don't like using that word, immigrants, people who move to another country, become very, very passionate about the country that they left. They're ridiculously passionate. You never see a picture of the Queen on the wall of anywhere in England, but then you go to like Gibraltar and there's the Queen everywhere. It's like, oh my God, the Queen, the Queen. She's on all the banknotes, mate. You don't need to put on the wall. We need in Tuesday. We need to individually support independent media and creators where possible. Yes, T, you're very right. And Byline Times, edited by Peter Jukes, is phenomenal, and they're moving into Byline's TV. I'd love to see them do a proper news channel on TV to rival RT and the rest of the wank that we get on the stations. North Carolina's had 60% in North Carolina, and it's 54% Biden. 54% Biden. He's 400,000 votes up. Obviously, still a lot more votes to count, but that's pretty good for Biden. Pennsylvania, too early to call. Only 4% in, but it's still 84% Biden. Bloody hell. He's from Pennsylvania. He's from Scranton, Pennsylvania. And when I was a kid, if anyone's read a copy of my book, I mention it at the very first page, I think. There was a Harry Chapin song. Harry Chapin's the guy who sung Cats in the Cradle before Ugly Kid Joe did a cover version of it. And he did a song called 20,000 Pounds of Bananas, which is about a truck that was driving down to Scranton, Pennsylvania, and the brakes went and it crashed and the bananas went everywhere. And he wrote a song about it. It was the 70s, drugs. And it just always stuck in my head, Scranton, Pennsylvania. And that's where Joe Biden's from. And he never tires to point that out because he really, really, really wants to win. Well, he needs to win Pennsylvania. But yeah, North Carolina with 62% of the votes coming in is looking good for Biden. Looking good for Biden. North Carolina. Well done, North Carolina. Yeah, liking you now. A bit more than they used to. Anyway, what's the capital of North Carolina? Is that North Carolina? That'd be Raleigh. I think that'd be Raleigh. South Carolina? Columbia. I'll have to think about that. Let's have a look. Saw demographics for the male a few years. 4%, 18 to 24. This is John, by the way, John Barleycorn. 65% over 55. Give it 20 years and the Mail will be bankrupt. Yes, the newspaper, but the online site is the most read news site in the world, which is terrifying. They did this huge write-up about my travels around the world, and they never got in contact with me. I did an interview for the Sunday People. I did an interview for the Eye, for the Guardian, a lot of other papers. They actually got in touch with me. I actually wrote an article for the Tory Graph, which I'm particularly proud of. But they did pay me, so you know. But yeah, the Mail never got in touch with me, and they just ran this huge, big article with loads of photos off my website, and they just used my photos. They didn't ask if they could; they just used them, and then put Graham Hughes, copyright on them, and then and on there they had taken my video of my travels, one of my videos. They'd taken it, they copied it off YouTube, and they'd put it onto the Mail website. They'd hosted it on their own site with their own adverts they were making money from my content. I was just like, can you stop doing this? So I wrote them a cease and desist. I just made it up, made it sound like it was coming from my lawyer or something, but actually it was me. But yeah, it was a bit like, how can you get away with this? And they do it to everyone. If you don't notice, you don't notice, and they make money out of your content, and there's hardly anything you can do about it. But yeah, I don't think the Mail on the internet will go bankrupt. I'll tell you what, though, if we want to do something about that, the Russians are big into the DDoS attacks, aren't they? The denial of service attacks. That's something we could look at, being a bit subversive. Kicked off YouTube in a bit. It's shorter than saying South Sudan and West of Virginia. Yeah. But isn't like West Virginia like just two missing letters away from something very rude? We need better media, not just independent media, but all media. It needs to balance different forces involved. Yeah. Well, I do think that this idea that the news should be there to report what's happened rather than ask people what they feel about it. And in the last, it started with the Day Today in 1994. When they had a segment on it called like "Speak Your Brains," where they just go up to someone in the street and go, "What do you think about this?" And they'll go, "I don't know. Yeah, okay, that's what you're saying. Fine." And it was like, news should be, this is what's happened. It should be factually reporting what has actually happened. It shouldn't be asking people what they feel about it. And I think that's where news reporting on the TV, especially, has really fallen down in recent years in the UK, which is sad. I always felt like in the US they had quite straightforward newspapers like the Washington Post and the New York Times were very sensible, collar down newspapers. Whereas our newspapers in the UK were just comic books and just absolutely ridiculous. But then you watch the TV news like Fox, and you're like, "Oh my God, this is a cavalcade, this is a carnival, this is a circus." And then you look at that and you go, "This is just nuts." And then you looked at the UK and you looked at ITN and Channel 4 News and the BBC, and it always seemed a big contrast. It was like much more sensible, and it was just literally reporting what had happened. But yeah, they just seem, I think, because of probably when things went 24 hours, they just needed to fill the space up with people's opinions. He says, filling up space on his couch with his own opinions. But I'm not here to report the news. I'm just repeating what it says on Sky News because I've got it playing over here. Right, so next up, we've got... if anyone wonders how much algorithms can screw us, I point you to the large increase in idiots believing that the Earth is flat. They finally convinced us that, yeah. Well, that was back in the day, wasn't it, Mike? When if you were in the pub and you said out loud, "I think that the world is flat," your mates will go, "What? Shut up, you knobhead," and explain to you in no uncertain terms that that's a ridiculous position to have, because it is. We don't have that anymore. We don't have your mates in the pub saying that's really silly. What you do is you get a really stupid idea in your head, like all dogs are made of beans, and you go online and you type away and you find someone on the other side of the planet who also thinks all dogs are made of beans, and it's like, oh, I found you know, I've had my opinions validated by this person on the other side of the world, and you're just like, no, you've found a fellow nutter, and what you believe is still absolutely crazy. The flat Earth one, though, is absolutely bonkers. So, as I said, that's not the result of the algorithm, that's the result of the internet itself. It started before YouTube on Usenet. Showing your age there, Usenet. Content farms are a result of the algorithms, and they're just bad. Yeah, content farms. Well, the thing is, in the Victorian era in Afghanistan, there was the Great Game, wasn't there? Maryland's got 0% in. Well done, Maryland. They had the Great Game, which is fought between the Russian Empire in the north of Asia and the British Empire in South Asia, with Afghanistan as kind of like a buffer zone between the two. And it rattled on for about 80 years, probably from about the 1830s until the First World War. And it was all subterfuge and spies and doing deals with the local warlords, and it was all very cunning. It was a very interesting time in history. I wouldn't have liked to have lived through it, but looking back now, I'm thinking it's got some of the same hallmarks as what we're experiencing now with Russia. It's just moved online. And one of the things why they always say, like, armies go to Afghanistan to die, is like very famous, like, no army has ever won a war in Afghanistan. You just, the Russians were beaten back there, the Americans were beaten back there, the British were beaten back there on 3 separate occasions. I think we had 3 Anglo-Afghan wars, and we lost all of them in the end. The way that the internet has been purposefully manipulated by malevolent forces and bad actors over the last few years, using willingly, the people who run Twitter and the people who run Facebook, they've all been up for it because they make money out of it. And it's really done a lot of damage to our democracy. And it's not been an accident. That's what I'd like to say. It's not just like, oopsie daisy. Mississippi is 0.1% in. I think Mississippi's going to go to Trump. Let's have a look. And the capital of Mississippi, I think, is Jackson. Algorithms are neither good nor bad, but they can be used for good or evil. Yeah. It's not just the root of evil, it's just the root of some evil. Yeah, good point. Scranton also used to be a major hub of the US railway system before subsidies for the highways basically wrecked the entire town. Yeah, well, that's the plot of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which is one of the best movies ever made, with Bob Hoskins in. In it, basically, they want to demolish Toontown to build a freeway. And it's based on the fact that, I think in LA, they used to have the trolley cars, and they're basically bought by Firestone, who make the tires. And General Motors or someone just basically bought up all of the trolley cars so they could get rid of them because they were competition to the roads and the cars. Thanks. Speaking of Russians, they seriously accused the Berlin charity hospital of poisoning Nawalny with Novichok, to which only the Russians have access to. Did they? There was a lot of people in the UK who were falling over themselves to defend the Russians on that one, not least Jeremy Corbyn. But there were a lot of people just going, the Russians, they're all right. They wouldn't do something like that. Like, you've not been paying attention. Najma, hi Graham, greetings from Germany. Hi, guten Tag, guten Nacht, I guess. I don't know. It's a real shame about sort of some of the industries that have been lost in the UK and the US that could have been transformed into something greener and better for the environment and maintain the jobs that were there. But there just wasn't the vision. And that's something that we've lost. These people, even the guys running for, even the guys who I see kind of as on the same side as me, there's still a lot of very short-term thinking in politics. You sort of looking to the next election. You don't want to give the other side credit. If they get in, you don't want to give them credit for the thing you did. And you look back at the old days when, I'm getting old, aren't I? Oh, in the old days, this was all fields. You look back on the way the Victorian governments did it under Palmerston and Disraeli and Gladstone. And yeah, there's a lot of things they could have done better. But the people around at that time were really, really building for the future. And I find that really remarkable. I find it remarkable that someone like Joseph Bazalgette, who designed the London sewers, designed them with 90% redundancy in some areas. So basically, they were way bigger than they needed to be. Why did they build them so big? Well, he said, London's going to grow as a city. So, we don't want to be digging up all the sewers now to relay them because they need some bigger pipes in there or bigger passageways. Just build them big enough now so the population can grow and grow and grow, and they can still flush their shit down the same tunnels, which was right. And then you look at something like the Grand Central line, which ran from Manchester through tunnels under the Pennines to Sheffield, and then down from Sheffield to London. And this was a graded line. It had no level crossings. It was all either on bridges, on viaducts, or in tunnels. It had very slow curves, not any sharp curves or anything like that. So you get super fast trains going along them, and it was designed in mind of linking up with the Channel Tunnel. And it was built in the 1890s. The actual Channel Tunnel wasn't finished until the 1990s. So this is like looking so far into the future. And we just don't do that anymore. We just don't seem to be looking 100 years in the future. And I don't know whether that's partly because of the way politics is, partly because of this instant gratification that we generally see around us at the moment. And also maybe just people think, well, there's not going to be much left in 100 years' time, so what's the point? And I think that's a mentality, that's a hangover from the 1950s and 60s when the threat of nuclear war was very real. And I remember this growing up in the 1980s. It was, it felt very real. The prospect that the Russians could drop a bomb on us and kill us all. And we grew up watching When the Wind Blows and Threads and Red Dawn, and it was like, oh my God, this could really happen, and it could wipe out you and everyone that you know. And this existential threat was hanging over us. It seemed quite immediate, but also something that we as individuals couldn't really do much about. Whereas climate change is a bit different because it's not only something that all of us can do a little bit about, and all of us doing a little bit will be enough. But also it's something that it's not immediate. It's not as immediate as a plane coming over and dropping a bomb on us. It's going to take time. We're really bad at that. We're really bad at statistics. We're really bad at big numbers. We're really bad at preparing for the future. Let's have a look. So Alexander Morgan says, why I stick to Reuters for news. Yeah, Reuters and AEP as well, Associated Press, to tell you what happened. Because I really, it sort of tells you what's happened. Someone comes running in and says, oh, there's been an accident outside. You deal with it. You deal with it. You don't go, oh, how do you feel about it? It's bizarre. Autocorrect is not my friend today. Sorry. Sai Sauce Master. Of course, it is a classic tactic of deflections being used by the Russians. Yeah, whataboutism. We had that a lot last week, didn't we, with Corbyn? What about the Tory party, eh? Why haven't they been investigated for Islamophobia? Well, one of the reasons, I think they should be, but one of the reasons why it's not seems so immediate is that two Conservative MPs who are Muslim haven't left the party in tears because they were bullied for being Muslim. That didn't happen. It might do one day, but it hasn't happened yet. Not so much my age as the depth of my IT knowledge, which as an ITer I do kind of need. Okay, sorry. I mean, to cast aspersions, but Usenet is like 90s. It's I just associated with the very first days of the internet. Mike says, I saw a news report from Sky Australia where the host called the Nobel Prize Committee Gibbons for not giving the Nobel Peace Prize to Trump. Being German, I believe this to be a joke, but no. Wow. Well, there was this thing about the deal between the UAE and Israel, and saying, but peace to the Middle East. It's like there's loads of other countries in the Middle East still want to destroy Israel, and the UAE and Israel have been behind the scenes, having informal relations for a very long time, and I don't think Trump had a lot of deal to do with it. I mean, it seems a bit odd. Peter says, Farage just spewing out more divisive xenophobia hate on ITV. Will this horrible drama never end? You see God. Just got the picture of Farage like stumbling out from the plane wreckage from the plane crash he was in, and God's like, I tried. I've got a nosebleed. Well, that's no good, is it? Oh. Right. Okay. Well, that was a bit unexpected. I don't know what to do now. I'll probably just have to stick a bit of tissue paper up my nose. Well, at least you can tell it's live. Let's go to the TV. You can just listen to the sound of my voice while I try and deal with this nosebleed. Why the hell have I got a nosebleed? Oklahoma is projected to go to Trump. No way. What's the capital of Oklahoma? I think it's Oklahoma City. Tennessee. I think the capital of Tennessee is Memphis, but I could be wrong. Is going to Trump. It's funny how all of the places that you expect to go to Trump have gone to Trump. Vermont is a third of the way in to the vote, and Biden's predicted to win there. West Virginia is definitely Trump. He's got 62% of the vote now. See, this is where I realize I shouldn't be broadcasting this in 4K. I think if it was in like standard definition, I'd probably get away with that. You wouldn't notice. I'm sort of using my monitor now as a mirror. Right, there you go. I'm blaming COVID for the nosebleed. Right, where was I? I like the fact that I was reading the words, will this horrible drama never end? And it gave me a nosebleed. We need to stop talking about the mysterious algorithm. Google has algorithms, Facebook has algorithms, Apple has algorithms. Blame the companies. Fun fact, the person who came up with the trolleys trams in London was one Mr. Train. That sounds like something from QI. Peter says, seeing info on this podcast about algorithms and the companies, the problem is that money talks and our democracy is at serious risk with numpties being groomed to give up our rights and protections. Yeah. And get very passionate about things that I don't know why they care so much about. It's like the polls in 2010, so only 10 years ago, showed that at the time, 1% of the British population thought the EU was the most important issue that we had to deal with. Less than 1%. And now it's like, oh my God, it dominates everyone's thoughts at all times. And the EU is the most evil thing that has ever been created ever because, it's taken our sovereignty and our firstborn. Algorithms are not mysterious. They're just procedures to make calculations. The algorithms of Google, Facebook, Twitter are hidden because they're based in part on AI, so no one can know. Do you watch Silicon Valley? They're big. I thought the finale of that was just fantastic. It was just brilliant the way they put everything together at the end. Okay, I believe he calculated the biggest amount of sewage possible from a household, including the rainfall and the thunderstorm would add, and doubled the diameter of the sewage pipes just to be sure. Thanks, Mike. Joseph Basil Jetta, everyone. What a guy. Peter said, doing an amazing job, Graham. Maybe nosebleed. I've stuck a bit of tissue up my nose, so hopefully it'll stop. I can't believe that Trump could hang on. I'm actually terrified. Wasn't this supposed to be in the bag? No. No, it's not in the bag. It can't be in the bag. Trump is going to cling on as well as best he can, I think, unless it's a decisive victory for Biden. Pennsylvania's too early to call. We've only got a few counties so far who've reported, but out of 700,000 votes so far counted for Pennsylvania, Biden is on 64% and Trump's on 34%. So that's good news, but it could still change. T says, you're right, but it's far simpler. Oh, you're not talking, you're just talking to each other, you're not even talking to me, but I'll read it out anyway. You're right, but it's far simpler to get people to understand the businesses are evil rather than a bit of computer code. Well, I mean, you don't even have to say they're evil. It's just a case of, I want governments to get back to what they are designed to do. So going back to the philosophy of the ancient Greeks, or going back to, say, Leviathan, Thomas Hobbes, where it talks about giving up individual liberty, individual rights to a government. This is Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Social Contract. To say, I give up some of my rights in order to live in a society that will protect the rights that remain effectively. And so that's what the first and foremost job of a government to do. It's not to make money for its cronies. It's not to win elections, which is what most political parties are obsessed with these days, rather than actually doing the right thing necessarily. But the number one thing that they should be doing is looking after its people, protecting its people, protecting them from ignorance by having a good education system, protecting them from invasion from other countries by having a decent military, protecting them from crime by having a police and a judiciary, protecting them from disease by having a good healthcare system, protecting them from COVID, protecting them from pandemics, protecting them from con artists and charlatans. And that idea that the government's there to protect us has been lost. And they seem to be more interested in protecting the shareholders and protecting companies rather than protecting us from the companies, because obviously the companies just want the money. They don't care about us. They're effectively psychopaths. They're a company. They're just like, I don't care whether you live or die. I just want your money. And so there needs to be rules put in place and regulations. And it's fine to sell your shit, but make sure that in selling that shit, you're not ripping somebody off. You're not ruining anyone's lives. You're not spreading fake news that can lead to lunatics running into the basements of pizza restaurants that don't even have a basement. I just don't think that this is something that it is new, or, and I don't think people watching this go, "Oh, I've never thought of that before," but it's been said hundreds, thousands of times before. This is what government should be doing, but ours isn't. The American one isn't. Ohio is 50% in, and it's 54% to Biden at the moment. So Biden's ahead, which is good. Pennsylvania is only 13% in. Pennsylvania is going to take days to count all this, but Biden is well ahead in Pennsylvania. Rhode Island looks like it's gone for Trump. There's only 33% in, but Trump's way ahead in Rhode Island, which is a bit mad. As a person with VWBD, like hemophilia, a nosebleed can take up to 10 minutes to clot. Spontaneous nosebleeds can happen for many reasons. and then you can do is just let it happen. Yeah, but I'll get my blood all over Catherine's nice rug, and she'll kill me. Not often getting nosebleeds. I got one once. I was traveling down south with Adam. I think we're going down to meet Lee Patrick for the first time. If you're still watching, Lee, hi. And I got a nosebleed. We made a joke about me going too far south, the nosebleed. Okay, anywhere south of Sheffield is no good for me. Mike says, a bit off topic, the best racing driver names I know of, an American named Scott Speed in the mid 2000s. In the 1950s, there was a British named Dick Seaman. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that, Mike. My dad, before he got ill, he was big into his racing. He loved Formula One, and he was actually honorary president of Aintree Circuit Club. So Aintree Racecourse, which is famous for the Great Grand National. In the 1950s, they used to hold the British Grand Prix there, alternating years with Silverstone for a few years, and it's where I think Mike. What the hell's his name? Mike. Someone's going to tell me in a minute. British racing driver who Mike Hawthorne. Mike Hawthorne won the British Grand Prix and won the I think he won the championship that year. I think it might have been 58, but my dad was there, and he called my brother Mike after Mike from the racing driving days. Okay, so agreed the blame goes to the company, but if you're talking about algorithms or a problem in themselves, no, I don't think we should get bogged down by this. I mean, it's just someone set up an algorithm to do something that has unintended consequences or maybe intended consequences. One of the things that's happened recently with YouTube is they've come down on fake news, people just posting any old shit. They've made the algorithm not go to crazy shit, so you go down rabbit holes, and it's tried to push people more towards accredited media companies, but unfortunately that's pushed everyone towards Fox in the States. Okay, I agree the blame goes to the company, but if you're talking about algorithms as a problem in themselves, governments these days still protect the people who get them into power, only that in most countries it isn't the electorate anymore, but rich entities that can bankroll a campaign. Yeah, Mike, you're 100% spot on. Pennsylvania and Michigan are saying it could take till the 6th to count all the mail votes. Yeah. There was an editor on a documentary about the 777 called Dick Pulling. You're right, John. I always got to do with politics. Come on. People have funny names. So we're just coming up to 2 o'clock. Though more polls are going to be closing at 2. And this is the point where things might start getting a little bit more interesting. Wyoming's going to come in. Yeah, Wyoming. Which way do you think Wyoming's going to go? I think it's going to go for Trump. And this is nothing new. I mean, wasn't there a UKIP candidate a few years back called Mike Hunt? Really quite an unfortunate name. I think it was something like that. You call yourself Michael, wouldn't you? So we're just seeing Biden coming out with his face mask on, but it looks like it's in the daytime, so it's not now. It's getting dark across America, unless it's in California. Oh no, it's dark in California, I think. Just coming up to 2 a.m. Mike reckons that Alabama could go to Trump as well. Do you think? I'm going to go out on a limb and go, California's got to go for Biden. They've got a countdown on the telly for the next 5 seconds for the next polls closing. It's not like they're going to tell us what the results are. There you go. Polls are closed. In Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana. Oh, God, loads more. New York, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Michigan, Minnesota, North Dakota, Nebraska, New Mexico. I think North Dakota is going to go for Al Swearingen. No, Trump. Right, New York. So far, they counted none of the votes, and the projected winner is Biden. Alabama is 2% in. Too early to call. Alabama? Biden's up in Alabama because they've only counted 2% of the votes. Okay, Florida's latest results. With 92% in, Biden's on 48% and Trump is on 51% almost. So it looks like Florida's going to go to Trump. Georgia's got to go to Trump by the looks of things. No great surprise there. It's Pennsylvania. That's the key. It's like Australia in risk. Kansas with 36% in is going for Biden because they haven't counted the Trump vote yet. I'm guessing. T says if you look at any flat Earth video lately, they have Wikipedia links auto added in a banner below them to counter misinformation. So if Trump were to win, what does this say about polling? Hey, the polling this sound. I'm going to give a bit of defense to the polling here. I think that the polling is going to be spot on for the number of people who vote for these guys. Like, I think it's going to be whatever they said it was before the election. I think it's going to be the popular vote is going to be about right. But it's the electoral college. It's really, really unpredictable. And it can be on a knife edge. It can be within the margin of error. It's only 5% one way or the other. But then, because of the electoral college, all 18 electoral votes of Ohio will go one way, not the other. It really is a very silly system. Well, sorry. I just have 3 kernels in a row there. I'm getting better at making popcorn. Pennsylvania, I think I just saw 66% in. And it's that's interesting. Texas is 65% in, and Biden's ahead by less than 1%, but he's still ahead. Apparently, the youth vote in Texas has got up 600% this year. Arkansas is 15% in. I think Arkansas is going to go to Trump. What's the capital of Arkansas? Little Rock, I think. Polling is never an exact science. Also, it matters if you look at identity quantifiers around a specific poll. In 2016, Clinton actually overperformed in the popular vote previous polls, but the Dotard won some states by a few thousand votes in the electoral college, handed in victory. Yeah. God, it'd be great if Biden wins Texas. If Trump wins, then fascism wins. This affects the UK and it ushers in a no-deal Brexit, which fucks us all in the UK. Yeah. Well, it fucks the whole world. That's why we're so bothered about it. Just showing Texas 2016, Clinton got 43%, and now Biden's got 49%, with 65% of the vote in. He's beating Trump in Texas at the moment. Hi. Oh, no. Oh, hang on. Tarrant County and around, they went for Donald Trump last time. And now they've gone for Biden. Okay. Right. People can lie in polls, especially if people are asked to think their family and friends will think less of them for what they voted for. Yeah, that's true. One thing I don't get about US polls is the ridiculously small sample size. You get good results at your sample size is 1,500 in a country of 300 million. I guess that's true. I'd rather see state by state polls. I think the whole taking the national poll can be quite misleading because it doesn't matter who wins the popular vote, it just matters who wins the electoral college. Georgia, they're saying it's too early to call, but Trump's ahead by a mile. I mean, of course he is, it's Georgia. Okay, Illinois has come back round to Biden. So 56% Biden, but that's only with 11% of the voting. I don't know, I'll flash it up for like Maine with 2% in. Stop wasting my time. All right. Mike says, anyone else confused by how many undecided voters? I mean, the choice is literally between a safe US centrist and want to be fascist. I'm not surprised with that, Mike, because some people just don't care about politics. Some people are just busy, getting on with their lives. I envy them. Wish I was like that. But says, if our NHS, if Trump wins, can say hello and state ban, but in reality, we expect it to move more and more to the private sector. This really is an election like no other. Yeah, it really is. It really is. North Carolina, it's 77% in, and it's still looking pretty good for Biden. But what's going to be interesting is in these places where Biden's ahead at the moment, what happens if Trump decides to start fannying around and trying to stop them counting all the votes and say, oh, no, just ignore them? Because can he do that for one state and not another? And if he does it for one state and not the other, because obviously if Biden's ahead in Texas, he doesn't want to stop them counting things in Texas, but I think he'd be happy to stop them counting in a state where he's ahead at the moment, like Georgia, I guess. West Virginia is looking like it's gone massively for Trump. Alabama's too early to call. Right. Okay. If Trump does win, says Colin, if Democrats take the Senate, they can impeach him properly next time. No, they can't because they need 66%. Well, they need 60. Sorry, they need 60 of the 100 senators. So what they need to do is take over the Senate, take over the. No, because I don't think they can grant statehood without the executive's permission. The president needs to sign off on stuff. Again, this is the crazy thing about the American system. And one of the things that they need to change desperately is this filibuster rule. So they don't have it in the House of Representatives. They used to, but they don't have it anymore. Now, a filibuster is basically you're given so much time for a debate. And at the end of the debate, you have a vote. And so what they used to do in the olden days, and anyone who's seen the Jimmy Stewart film, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, I've seen this, is you can run the clock down on the debate by standing up and talking and talking and talking until there's no room for the vote at the end of the debate. Back in the day, you would have to stand on your feet for 2 days solid and not sit down and not go to the toilet and just keep talking in order for, because no one could force you to yield. And more recently, they decided, let's do away with that. It's far too much hassle. Let's just threaten a filibuster. And this happens in the Senate. So they threaten a filibuster. And then basically they've got to have a vote to take the vote. and the vote to take the vote has to be a larger majority than 50-50. It's either 60% or 66%. And so the minority party gets to choose what stuff actually goes through the Senate or not. And because it's almost 50-50 in the Senate, the minority party's got way more power than it should do. And people's votes, people have voted across America for one party to be in power in the Senate, and they're not getting their votes reflected. And this is why it's so hard for any legislation to pass in America. I mean, it is bloody nuts, the lack of new legislation that's got through in the last 20 years. I'm trying to think of big landmark things that went through the houses of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and was signed off by the president. I'm thinking Obamacare. I mean, you wonder why so many Americans decide to go off on daft military adventures in the Middle East and things like this, because it's the only thing they can do without having to ask permission from a completely ineffectual house. And that's another thing about the American presidents, just got way too much power. And I would like to see, if this is a blue wave and if Biden gets in and they take control of the Senate and take control of the House of Representatives, they need to have a look at the system. They really do. Get rid of this filibuster system. They used to have it in the House of Representatives. They don't anymore. It's just a 50-50 vote. You get 51% of the vote, you get your thing through. And that's the way it should be in the Senate as well. They need to get more states in to balance the fact that places like Wyoming have 2 senators, and places like California, which is 80 times the size in terms of population, get 2 senators. So while that's a system, it's a big problem. But the other thing that happens is, if you have both the houses run by the other party, so both parties run by the Democrats and a Republican president, if Trump clings on, they've got vetoes. So you've got pocket vetoes and you've got total vetoes. You've got vetoes where the president just goes on holiday and says, "I'm not signing this bill." And that's it. And there's nothing they can do about it. So you have a bill that has been debated over and fought for, and they've crossed the I's and dotted the T's for years on working on a bill. It finally gets through both houses of Congress. It lands on the president's desk and he goes, fuck that. Puts it in his drawer. And that's fine. And when it comes to sort of daft foreign military adventures, it's quite remarkable that one man, the president, has the power under the Emergency Powers Act of, I think, 1941, basically has the power to invade a nation without having to ask Congress, which is crazy. I mean, I don't think we can do that in the UK. I think if you're going to go and do something as nuts as that, you have to get permission from Parliament. There has to be a discussion about it before you do it. But in America, the American president can say, right, let's send some troops to Grenada or Panama or somewhere. And he has to write a letter to Congress explaining what he's done and why he's done it. And that letter has to arrive within like 24 hours. And then they have a vote on it. And they can say, hey, Mr. President, you know that country you've invaded? We don't want you to invade it. And he goes, okay. And he's got 6 weeks to withdraw the troops. 6 weeks. Right, anyway, I've got a few more messages. I believe it would have to be the state government itself that stops the vote, as the federal government failed in the motion to prevent voting counting after the 3rd of November. Yeah, Mike, I hope that's the case, but we know that the Supreme Court did intervene in 2000 with the recount in Florida between Gore and Bush Jr. State governments have total control over elections here. Well, the Supreme Court did tell them to stop the recount, but I don't think it was helped by the fact that the governor of Florida at the time was a guy called Jeb Bush. You never guess who he was related to. T would be good. No Republican state would go along with it. People who represent 12% of the US population's choice in the Senate can block all legislation. Yeah, Brian has written, people who represent 12% of the US population's choice in the Senate can block all legislation. It's true. That's absolutely crazy, isn't it? 12%, because it's like 20 states, just 20 of the least populous states. They each have 2 senators, and yeah, they can block anything. What do you think of the National Popular Vote Compact that's been signed by multiple states? It will allow for the Electoral College to be bypassed and give them a win based on PV. Yeah, the popular vote. Yeah, I mentioned that at the very beginning of the podcast, and I was talking about that. I know there's enough states for nearly 200 of the Electoral College votes at the moment, and hopefully after this election, maybe we will get up to the magic number of 270, and then that's it. Doesn't matter what the other states do. You've got a situation where you need to win nationally, and that would mean a much healthier democracy, and it would mean that the Republican Party can't keep playing to the wingnuts. They really need to bring themselves back to what passes for the centre in America, which is more right wing than we're used to in the UK. But Brexit and Dominic Cummings and Johnson and Farage have brought the Overton window, the middle of politics, over to the right, even further than even Thatcher brought it over. But they would, in America, they would see like the Tony Blair Labour government as a dangerous, socialists, almost communists, as far as they're concerned. But let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, etc. Let's have a look. So anyway, in answer to that question, T, yes, I think a brilliant idea. Brian says hard to get national popular vote done. Could only be done to hope. Yeah, Brian, have a look at what T's written there and read up about the national popular vote interstate compact, because it is quite interesting what they're planning to do. Essentially, get enough states to sign up to say they will give all of their electors to the to the candidate who gets the popular vote in the US. So over 50% of the vote. If they get that, then they get all of their voters. And if it's over 270 members of the Electoral College, then they just dictate who wins the next elections forever. The other states don't matter. Well, they do. Sorry, the other electors don't matter, but the actual people in the states do. So it takes the power out of the electors' hands and gives it to the actual voters. Okay. The US Supreme Court has always refused to rule on war powers. Mike says 51% is fine with a coalition government, but two-party system basically ensures that the party in power can do what it wants. Yeah, Mike, you're right. Again, proportional representation, having more than one party would be brilliant. One of the problems that you got in sort of even the way that the UK the UK Parliament is set up, it's like a military lines of soldiers, isn't it, facing each other, barking at each other. You're shit. You did this and you should have done that, and the other side don't want to give the other side. We don't want to give you our good ideas because then you'll take credit for our good ideas, and it's so adversarial. And there's a point that I like, which is that we have Prime Minister's questions. I like the fact that someone stands up against the leader of the United Kingdom and says, "You're a dick. Why did you do this?" every single week. Whereas no one does that to the president. And no one does that to any president. You don't have an anti-president whose job it is to literally stand up in front of them and give 5 questions every week and say, "Why did you do this? Why did you say you did this? Or you'll do this and you didn't do it?" Well, I would like to see that. I'd like to see more of that sort of thing. However, you see it in select committees, so I don't see why it should be something that is done necessarily on the floor in Parliament or Congress or whatever. I would like to see more of a EU-style Parliament where people work together to work out the best solutions to the problems that face us. But as we saw today with Nadine Dorries saying, "Oh well, you need to get better at winning elections if you want to work to defeat COVID, which was a bit weird, but she's a bit of a weirdo. She's really, really thick. Okay, different situation 2000. The Secretary of State of Florida validated the election. Yeah, okay. The Supreme Court refused to force the Florida government to follow its own laws. Wow, okay. Mike said, let's remember the invasion of Nicaragua, where Reagan decided to get rid of the democratically elected government, and the US Congress didn't and couldn't do anything about it. I teach the compact saying it's hard to get enough states on board, too much arbitrage. Yeah, I know, but they are nearly at 200 already, so they've just got a couple more states on board. Colorado, massively over to Biden, which is not out of the ordinary. 60% to Biden. Wow. Solidly Democratic state. Projected winners Biden. Wow. To the Republican base, Biden is a commie socialist. Of course, they don't know what these words mean. Yeah, sure. All right. Well, by our standards, is solidly conservative. He's conservative, but he's not Trump. And this is something that people got slagging off Biden. I'm like, I wouldn't care if a ball of wool was running against Trump, a wet ball of wool, so long as it wasn't Trump. This isn't to make Biden this amazing president that's going to change everything for the better. It's to get rid of the man who's doing evil things to his country and to the world. By the way, the Secretary of State for Florida, who illegally validated the 2000 election, was rewarded by the Republican Party with the House of Representatives, safe House of Representative district. Oh, there's no corruption like right-wing corruption. They're talking about Florida a lot, but the thing is, Biden doesn't need to win Florida. It's a nice to have, but if he does win it, then he wipes the floor with Trump. Trump can't come back from this. Oh, I see. So Hillary Clinton actually had a much bigger percentage of Miami-Dade than Biden had. Clinton had 64% of Miami-Dade, whereas Biden's only got 53%. I'm focusing in on the Latino vote, saying it's 53% to Biden and 45% to Trump. I'm not really freaking out about Florida. I did in the Hillary Clinton election, because it all started going downhill when she lost Florida. It was like, felt like guts just being pulled out of me. It was a horrible, horrible feeling that the baddies won. It was like having to watch the end of Chinatown on a loop, day in, day out. That raging sense of injustice. Can't believe the baddies won. I'm sorry, spoilers. Lines on the floor of Parliament are literally laid out to be 2 swords lengths apart. Yeah, good point, T. Mike says the current Florida governor rigged his own election. He's in charge of overseeing the election. Shouldn't that be illegal? Yes, it should be. Brian says current Georgia governor suppressed enough votes as Secretary of State of Georgia to make himself governor. Wow. Al says, isn't Florida already Trump's? No, they haven't got enough votes in yet to say definitely, but he's probably going to win it. So the exit poll, they're looking at where Biden's gone up and where he's gone down, and he's gone up in the suburbs, but not by much. But then again, Trump only won Pennsylvania by not very much last time. So, but his vote's gone down in the white non-college voters. Suburban housewives, though, going to Biden. So Trump's definitely got 63. 63 electoral votes in the bag. Biden's got 89. And we're still getting results in. Let's go back to your thing. Isn't Florida already Trump's notice on that one? Apparently, evangelicals believe that flies are being attracted to a person means they're rotten. They use that to demonize Clinton, but when the fly literally landed on Pence's head, nothing. Yeah, and these people bend reality to their own liking, their own imagination. Actually, not even their own imagination. They're not got much of an imagination. They bend reality to someone else's imagination. The one thing we'd learn from Trump's term in office is that we cannot count on the US always being a dominant world power. We look forward to the UK's application to join the EU in 2024. I don't think the UK is ever going to rejoin the EU because I don't think the UK is going to be around much longer. I think Scotland's going to rejoin, and Northern Ireland's going to become part of Ireland, so that'll be rejoined like East Germany did. And then it'll just be Wales and England. And to be honest with you, I never thought that Wales would ever leave England, but I think if Scotland was gone and Northern Ireland was gone and it was just looking around going, oh my God, we are absolutely screwed because all of our industry, Airbus and all of is Airbus in Wales? Chester. I think it's in Wales. And especially the farming situation is going to be an absolute bloody nightmare for Wales. And they're just going to be like, well, we want to rejoin the EU. What's going to be easier? Joining with England, which will never really want to be part of Europe, or going independent and then rejoining, and people will be able to get people along with it. I think they'll go for option 2. Okay, New York is 17% in, which is not really anything that we need to care about. I don't know. Right. John saying Wangland. Yeah, good old Wangland. I designed the flag. Did anyone see my Wangland flag with the dragon doing a face palm? Massive win for Trump in Florida. Don't really see a massive win in Florida. He might win, but it won't be massive. Colin saying he'll whisper UK-EU trade deals done. All but done. I think that there's going to be a deal between the UK and the EU. It's going to be shit for the UK. And the EU will cede ground on a couple of things that it doesn't really care about, but overall, it's going to be a nightmare for the UK next year. Deal or no deal, but we probably have a deal because they want to continue sharing intelligence and other things with us. But this, hey, if the German car companies are watching this, I mean, you're leaving it a bit late to come and save the day. I was on a debate show a few weeks ago with some UKIP candidate, and she was still saying that she thought that the German car companies won't allow us to fail. It was like still hanging on there. That's interesting. Kansas, well, 48% in, and Biden's winning. Not by much, but the problem is it's just too early. Getting all these results coming in, they've only counted half the votes. It's like, oh, Biden's ahead, Trump's ahead. Right. Like, Trump's well ahead in Maine, but they've only counted 5% of the votes. No. So I'm guessing the postal votes get counted after the votes from today. There's 100 million postal votes, or early votes. Not necessarily all posted. Oh, basically a joke about Fox News reaction. Yeah. I hope they have a bad night. It's just there so Johnson can say he won. Yeah, you're right. So it'll just I'll say, oh yeah, we beat them. Thing is, the deadline for the British government to respond to the fact that they voted in Parliament to violate the withdrawal agreement. The deadline passed the other day, so our government could legally be taken to the Hague, the International Criminal Court of Justice. Sorry, the International Court of Justice, the ICJ. Not to be confused with the ECJ, which is the European Court of Justice. A bit different. Which is not to be confused with the European Court of Human Rights. Who are the ones who made it so we couldn't deport Abu Hamza? You know, that guy that we deported? Yeah. I realised that I'm drinking really, really slow. I've only had one can of beer, and I've been doing this for 2.5 hours. 2 hours and 41 minutes, according to YouTube Studio. Yeah, I still don't know how many people are watching me. Oh no, I can see it now. 38, 37. Hello, Mum. I don't think my mum was watching this. Right, guys. Hey, Jack. How you doing? Jack's here. Jack Dart. He's our favourite independent anti-Brexit activist, pro-EU activist, I should say. Although you're not independent, are you anymore? You're a Lib Dem councillor, aren't you, Jack? Or are you still independent from Vote Leave? No, Vote Remain, whatever they're called. Russia's on the EC Court and the European Court of Human Rights, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. Wasn't it like Russia and Saudi Arabia and some other place where they don't really have many things in the way of human rights? I don't know. Anyway, listen, New Jersey has had 49% in, and Biden's probably going to win. I don't think they had to add any of. I don't think they had to count any of the votes to know he's going to win there. New York's 29 electoral votes look like they're going to go to Biden, and North Dakota, even though it's only had 18% of the votes in, they're pretty much all gone to Trump, I think. Oklahoma, 64% of the votes have been counted, and Trump's on 63%. So he's going to win Oklahoma. South Carolina. Columbus, isn't it? Columbus is the capital of South Carolina. Is it Columbus? I don't know. Because is it Columbus? I get mixed up with Ohio. Because Columbus is the capital of Ohio. So what's South Carolina? I'll have to think about that. How's Jack's on the Prosecco? It's Columbia. Yeah. So you've got Columbia and Columbus. That's really silly. And you've got the country of Columbia, and you've got the District of Columbia, and you've got the state. Oh, it's very confusing. But that's the thing. It's like the country of Columbia is spelt with 2 O's. True story. Anyway, so moving swiftly on. So yeah, we've got Georgia, Illinois. Oh, it's still too early to call. So where was I? Oh yeah, I was going to ask, since I've got a few people here, I was thinking of doing this more often. I was thinking of doing this, like just doing live stuff, because it's a lot less hassle than having to do podcasts where I actually have to go out and go to a pub and then come home and edit it, or even doing a Zoom call where I have to edit it. It's easier just to talk to you guys and just read what you're writing to me. Peter's saying awful media, not focusing on what will happen if we have no trade deal with the EU. Even with a deal, we are poorer. If Trump wins, we're shafted, and the risk of autocratic government increases. Yeah. Well, I think what this absolute scandal of the government's handling of the COVID-19 crisis has just shown is that the British people are very, very, very subservient, like disturbingly subservient. You look at what's happened in Poland over the last week, where women have just absolutely lost their shit, quite rightly, with the government and refused to work and protested in the biggest protests I've ever seen in Poland. I mean, they're bigger than the solidarity protests of the 1980s. I mean, it's just off the charts. And basically, the leaders have said already that they might have to back down on it. Kansas City, not in Kansas, is also bad. Yes, Mike. And Leeds Castle is not in Leeds. It's in Kent. Colombo, yeah. Colombo, Sri Lanka. Animaniacs do a song on state capitals. They do, and they also do the songs of the countries of the world, but they did it when Yugoslavia was still one country and not seven. And I think they did it before. You can tell what year it was because they don't have. Did they have Palau? I don't know. There's a few countries that became countries in the 1990s that are not in that song, and they give old names to things. So I think Cambodia is Kampuchea in the song, and Benin is Dahomey. Not that I know it off by heart. We love naming things after incompetent, genocidal, small island governors. Yes, well, where I lived in Bocas was a place where Columbus went on his third journey to the New World, which is quite remarkable because his second journey to the New World ended with him being taken back to Spain in manacles for the crimes he had committed against the local people. Anyway, he came over to Bocas. So the island closest to my island is called Cristobal, and the main island that's got the airport on is called Colón, because in Spanish he's Cristobal Colón. And there's an island just to the north of the peninsula of Colón where the planes take off and stuff, and it's called Cananero, and it's that's Spanish for careening, which is it careening or something like that. It's basically scraping the barnacles off the bottom of your boat. So you put your boat on you put your big Spanish galleon on the beach and you tip it over one way and scrape all the stuff off the bottom. Careening. I think it's called careening. An African country is out of date in that Animaniacs. Yeah, Dahomey. They say Dahomey and not Benin. Anthony. The Benin Empire was actually in Nigeria. So I think isn't Benin City in Nigeria, but Benin is a different country. Tutting has intensified across the country. That's about it. Yes, people are tutting. I feel bad though, because whenever I talk to my friends about this, and this is difficult, people go, oh, you know what? If you're feeling bad, here's, people do this fucking thing where they just send a message. I'm sorry, it winds me up, but they send a message, and I know they mean well, and they're not doing it to be arseholes. But it says, if you ever want to talk, I'm here, and here's the Samaritan's number. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. And so I call them up to have a talk, but really it's because I'm really, really upset about the way the world is, and I need to just vent about it. But then I bring them down, and they're like, oh, you made me really miserable now. So I was like, well, you said to call you, so I did. And now you're saying, oh, I made you, you can't win, can you? So I just bring up the Samaritans and make them miserable instead, I think, in future. Okay, so oh god, loads of messages. Jack saying live is crazy popular at the moment. I'm working on podcasts at the moment. Go for it. Okay, I will live and let live and let live. All right, I'm thinking of doing right. So maybe 10 o'clock each night. I just do a half-hour live thing called Hughes at 10. See, because my name's Graham Hughes, and it sounds like news. Okay, back to the messages. Lockdown casts. Yeah, me feeling downcast. Do what feels good for you, Graham. More content is always coming, but stay true to yourself. I'll try. I would always enjoy pretending I'm in the pub with you. I very much miss European pubs. Where are you, Brian? Colin's saying, I'm only waiting to see how the UK media sells the fact that the UK fully capitulated to EU demands in order to get the trade deal. Well, that's what happened with the withdrawal agreement. The withdrawal agreement, the one that Boris Johnson, got through Parliament. It was Theresa May's deal. It was just literally just changed the font on the double spaced it. Crazy. An African country out of date. The clincher that got Columbus hauled back was cutting out a Spanish woman's tongue. What a fucking animal. I was like, he did this amazing thing. He found the new land. Yeah, but didn't fucking Eric the Viking find it 1,000 years earlier? Didn't the Polynesians find it? Didn't the Native Americans find it? But whatever, yeah. I think this is something about the way that the people in power, they seem to want everyone who's historic to be just either a hero or a villain, and there's no nuance to it, and that seems to me really ridiculous, because you kind of taking someone who's a historical person and turning them into something better than they were. And someone made a very good point. I wish it had been me, but it's terrible that they took down all those statues of Hitler, because now we have no idea who he is. So yeah, I always feel a little bit uncomfortable when I see statues of Christopher Columbus around the New World, considering all the shit that he did. But I come from Liverpool. I mean, we were made aware very much in my school, at least, about the slave connections with Liverpool and the fact that Liverpool made all its money out of the slave trade, and that's what made it such a big city. It seems a bit weird now, sort of 20 years later or 23 years later, that people are saying, no, you shouldn't teach this in schools. You shouldn't teach about the slave trade. You shouldn't teach about the Irish potato famine. You shouldn't teach about the bad things Britain did, like inventing concentration camps during the Boer War. And you're just like, why not? Or why do we always have to be the heroes and everything? Life doesn't work that way. But yeah, it's a bit concerning when they go, oh, you pulled down a statue, so we're going to take away your history books. A bit weird. Right, back to the messages. Yes, our geography teacher had us memorize the location of all the countries in Asia and the capitals in German and French. Oh God, that's nasty. Uzbekistan, Tashkent. Kazakhstan. Well, Kazakhstan was Almaty, and then it was Astana, and now it's what's it now? Sultan. They changed the name of it to Dost Sultan or something. Tajikistan, Dashume, Turkmenistan. I'll come back to you on that one. Etc. It was the worst bit. What's the capital of Turkmenistan? Bloody hell. Ashgabat. Okay, so Mike said, and the names, of course. T says, please, everyone, have a good read about the real Pocahontas. It's a lot darker than the Disney version. Yes, T. I'd like to do actually a sort of a stand-up comedy sketch about Disney and how they just lie about not just how they change stuff. Because obviously in the original story, wasn't Pocahontas 12 or 13 years old? I mean, it got her a bit wrong, and she went back to John Smith, and she was only a kid. And no, just the Disney film made this beautiful woman with long legs and massive tits, and you're just like, what are you doing? But the other one is The Little Mermaid. Obviously, in the novel by Hans Christian Andersen, she loses. The prince marries somebody else, and it's a warning. What was it? It's a parable or whatever of to say, don't want, the grass isn't always greener, because she wants to, she falls in love with this man from afar, and she trades her voice for legs, and then she gets up on in front of him, and he goes, I don't fancy you, go away, I'm going to marry somebody else. And then she goes back to the sea witch, and she goes, what can I do about this? He goes, and the sea witch says, well, if you kill her with this knife or whatever, in the marriage bed, then he'll love you because of magic or something. And she goes in to go and kill this woman that she doesn't even know, in order to be with this guy. And she sees them together, and they're really happy. And she thinks, I can't do this. I'm going to go and cry myself to death. That's literally what happens. She cries herself to death and turns into foam. I don't think that would go down so well with the songs and the crab from Jamaica in the original, but in the Disney version. But my personal favorite is Moana, because Maui from Moana in the original Polynesian tales dies in the most incredibly awesome way, which is basically in order to bring, I think it's immortality to man, he has to climb into the vagina of a sleeping goddess. And the problem is that the sleeping goddess, she has teeth in her vagina. And so he turns into a worm, because obviously you can shapeshift, and he's halfway inside her vagina. And he's with his mates, and he said, don't laugh, don't laugh, because you'll wake her up. And they can't help themselves, because this is the funniest thing they've ever seen. And they burst out laughing, and her vagina snaps shut and splits Maui in half. And that's how Maui in Moana died in Polynesian legends. I just need to sing in a Disney film now. Anyway, okay. So I've got off on one. I've got to catch up with my messages. Mississippi's 8% in, guys. 8% Mississippi, and it's looking like it's going for Trump. In other news, water is wet. The Pope is a Catholic. Social media manipulation is creating drama and chaos. Freedom of speech should be protected. However, how do we stop people being manipulated by these money-grabbing, hungry charlatans? I think that we have to have stronger regulations and rules, so that when people do things that are to make money through fraudulent means, they're taken to task for it. But it does very, very, very much seem at the moment that there are people who are above the law. And Farage, Johnson, Cummings, famously today, there was a court case to try and get something done about the fact that he breached the lockdown rules that he helped draft. Nothing. Generally, I found that puns and dad jokes are great for cheering people up. What does the Secret Service say nowadays when the president's being attacked? Donald Duck. Like that. That would be 5 p.m. for me. Perfect time for a drink. I teach a small rural university in the US, and I get to travel to Europe every now and then. My wife and I love your pubs, especially in Italy and UK. Yeah. Hi, Brian. Yeah, that's something that I always find a bit weird, that in America they don't really have pubs, because I grew up watching Cheers, and you think Cheers, it's a pub, isn't it? It's not a bar. I know they call it a bar, but it's not. It's a pub. And but then you actually go to America, and they don't really do them that much. But look on the bright side. At least beer isn't that expensive in America, whereas in Australia, oh my God, the price of alcohol in that country. Oh, I couldn't afford to be a drunk. Never mind an alcoholic. John Barleycorn saying, doesn't the Liver building have stuff carved on the outside that relates to slave trade? No, John, it doesn't. There's a bank nearby that definitely has 2 small African boys with pots on their heads with gold in and stuff on the doorway of the bank. The Liver buildings were built in 1907 or something, so it was a good 50 years after the American Civil War ended slavery in the States, and a good 100 years after, Britain voted, the original sort of let's stop the slave trade in Britain, and then 30 years later they stopped it in the Empire. And I hate the way that Britain, well, various bad actors like Farage and Lawrence Fox, who is a bad actor in more ways than one, will say things like, "Oh, but Britain, we got rid of the slave trade. We stopped the slave trade." It's like, no, we made loads of money out of the slave trade. We were one of the main beneficiaries of it. All the slave owners were well compensated, well above and beyond what the people were worth. It was horrible, but one of the driving factors behind the scenes for abolishing slavery on the high around the world is because it meant that Britain had an excuse to destroy French and Spanish, Portuguese and Dutch ships that they on these ships. They went, you've got slaves on board. Let's take all your stuff legally because you shouldn't be doing that. So it was a way of getting mastery of the high seas, which Britain did. So it wasn't even something like abolishing slavery in the empire wasn't entirely a noble act by the British in any way, shape or form. I always remember having a conversation with a friend of mine in India. We were in Kerala, and we were having a couple of drinks, and he just said, I want to thank you for the trains. I said, why are you thanking me? He goes, well, because the British came over here and they made loads of trains, and I love the trains. And then he punched me, and I went, ow. What's that for? And he went, the fucking bureaucracy. So that was quite funny. Anyway, let's have a look. Brian Smith, have you been to a German Brauhaus yet? There are restaurants belong to a brewery. Yes, always good. 11 for the first visit to teenager when I brought her back to Europe. Especially Americans often don't understand why Germans aren't that big on national pride. My reaction is usually, if you were taught everything your country did in history, you wouldn't be either. Yeah, Mike, I'm 100% with you on that. I mean, I found it shocking, some of the things that I've only learned in the last few years from my travels or from doing the anti-Brexit stuff. I mean, I'm as you can probably tell by the hair, I'm of Irish stock. So if I was an American, I'd be going on about me Irish American roots and going nuts on March the 17th for St. Patrick's Day. But I'm not, I'm not hugely sort of. It's not a massive part of my identity. I identify first and foremost as a Liverpudlian, as a Scouser, and then everything else follows after that. Well, no, I identify first as a human, and then possibly a European, and then a Scouser. But yeah, I only found out when I went over to Northern Ireland, and I was chatting to one of the guys who helped draft the Good Friday Agreement. And he mentioned something in passing, and I looked it up afterwards because I thought that can't be right. And it was the fact that the population of Ireland still hasn't recovered from the potato famine of the 1840s. The population still hasn't recovered. There's jokes that people make about the Catholics breeding like rabbits and the Irish having loads of kids. The population of Ireland is still not at the level it was in 1840. And we say the potato famine, that's not even the right name for it. We basically, we fucked the Irish. We decided that we were going to take the food that they had and didn't leave enough food for them. And, millions were either died or were displaced as a result. Yeah, so I'm not proud of, I don't take much pride from being just being British as like, oh my God, this amazing thing that I did. I popped out my mum in Liverpool. Yay! I had no say in the matter. It was a complete accident. I think there were things in the past that I really liked about this country and things that I felt were really positive, and I think a lot of that's been lost in the last few years. And I keep saying this, that my journey to every country in the world really solidified my faith in humanity. It made me feel really positive about the future. It made me feel like we could tackle climate change and that the world was getting better. We were better at defeating disease. We were better at bringing peace. It seems mad now, but 20 years ago, there were so many wars going on in Africa. You had the war in Liberia spilled over into Sierra Leone. You had the 2 wars in Congo, in which millions of people died. You had the war in Rwanda, which spilled over the borders again into Uganda. That triggered one of the Congolese wars, and then sort of 10 years ago, it felt like we were really moving in the right direction finally. As a planet, and then the last 5 years we've just done an about turn and walked the other way, just walked backwards off a cliff, which is I feel like the individuals I met on my journey reaffirm my faith in humanity, and these lunatics that are in charge at the moment are really just doing their best to chip away at it. I've got to move back a little bit. Hard to get more realistic history into schools, but the main problem is the low quality of recent generations of K-12 teachers. It's another problem as well. People who are not qualified in a job, having a job, especially one that's really important. Being a teacher is a really, really important job, and it should be paid like it's important. It should be treated like it's important, and it's not. It's not. It's not to the level that I would like to see teachers being respected in the community like they should be. This is a really important job. But then, the people in charge of making the big decisions are bloody idiots at the moment. So, closest I've been to Bauhaus is near the border in Czech. People are just having a conversation here, which is fine. Especially Americans often don't understand. There you go. Oh, I've lost loads of stuff. Jack saying this is better than CNN coverage. Love this. Yeah, cheers, Jack. I like way behind my messages. Understandable how Disney go with the original. My brother was in New Zealand, and apparently the main part of the contestant was the Western music, and that Maui was too chunky. No, I think Maui was. I've been to Tonga. Yeah, they're big guys. They're big guys. Not everyone, obviously, but yeah. I don't know. Of all the Disney films, especially the recent ones, I think Moana really spoke to me on so many different levels. Having travelled around Polynesia, Melanesia, Micronesia, yeah, yeah. I don't know how you can do it really, because there's always going to be that feeling of cultural appropriation whenever you're telling someone else's story. And you've got to be very sensitive to that. So, yeah, I don't know. Brian says cheap beer definitely not on short supply in the US, but then same can be said for flavoured water. I'll say can't go to the mate. Even my usual left-wing positive commentators are believing Trump has this. What? Hey, what? Jack's saying I'm a dirty scouser. Yeah, just ask your mum. Mike saying, Brian Smith, don't like the UK cider. Okay, we're talking about cider. Trump has announced that he wants Howard Zinn's History of the US banned from the public schools. He teaches too much unpatriotic history. Jesus Christ. A lot of countries are technically improved by the British Empire. If you break into your house and force you to paint it and fit a new bathroom at gunpoint, I'm still an asshole. Very good point, little blue panda. Mike's saying impossible to get in Europe. This is talking about booze and beer, and I love New Zealand cider, but cannot get it in the US. As I say, the population of Ireland is 50% of what it was in 1840. Collins put that. Bloody hell. The only country in the world to have less people in it today than in 1800 because of the British. I discovered reoiling watermelon. You talking about bloody cider again? Right, so next polls to close in 0 seconds. The polls are now closed in Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Iowa, Des Moines, I think. Montana. Oh, I have to think about that. Mike's saying, in traditional Polynesian legends, by the way, Maui is depicted, he has a body like. Is it? He has a body like Usain Bolt. He went exactly chuffed when Disney went with the stereotype instead. Oh my God, does he? Okay. Tell him not to go into any vaginas that have teeth. It's a bad idea. Yeah, I'm totally on my live stream here. I haven't even looked at my Twitter feed. No. No one's writing to me anyway. I think everyone's asleep. My last message was 4 hours ago. Oh no, 3 hours ago. Someone's talking about David Icke being thrown off Twitter. Dan Hodges is saying Trump now ahead in Ohio. Why am I following Dan Hodges? Get rid of him. Ian Hunt's saying it'd be. Oh, that's from ages ago. Right. Okay. Back to live streaming. Did I go off then when I changed my window? Oh, we didn't. We're still talking about cider. Impossible to get in Europe. Yes. The bloody cider. It's unpissable. Yeah. Current votes, Biden 89, Trump 72. Florida's still too close to call at 94% in, but it's 47% Biden, 51% Trump. So Trump's probably going to get Florida. Georgia's 51% in. It's like Trump's way ahead. Biden's well ahead in Illinois now. They've actually bothered counting more votes. Trump's ahead in Kansas. That's not to be not expected. No, this is going. Joe Biden's projected to win in New York. Yes. Let's fill that in before the election. Yeah, looks like Biden's not got Florida. At 94%. 94% counted. Unless it's a huge swing towards Biden at the end there. Just talking about Georgia now. 55.9% Trump with 51 in, I think. It's really close in North Carolina. It's 49.3 for Trump, 49.5 for Biden. There's literally like 5,000 votes in it. 6,000. Trump's ahead in Ohio with 70% in. Right. Pennsylvania with 22% in is now 58% for Trump and 47% for Biden. But that's only 22% in. Check. Des Moines is pronounced Des Moines. Next, you'll be telling me that Arkansas is pronounced Arkansas. The swing states are all that mass to learn about. Yeah, I know. Oh, Mitch McConnell's won his election in Kentucky. Kentucky. How deep does the hate run in Penn is the question. The hate for America or the hate for Trump? Both Boris and Trump were born in New York. Yeah, that's right. Two scuffy blonde arseholes born into money. 2 Senate seats in Georgia, but one will go to a runoff because there's no primary. Ohio is very bad news. Penn will be similar to Ohio. Saying the Pennsylvania vote count will go slowly. Well, they're just saying that the scenario of Joe Biden having an easy win out. What a 558, sorry, 538 saying? Let's find out, shall we? The last thing that 538 said is a fine line between a landslide and a nail biter. I think it's going to end up being a nail biter. But don't forget that Biden's got more than one way to win. So basically, if the 2016 polling error for Pennsylvania would still mean that Biden won Pennsylvania. So if Biden doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's a huge polling error. But he's got to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada. But yeah, it's looking like Pennsylvania is going to be the absolute the linchpin of this this whole election. I love this comment from Mike. So essentially, Brexit was spearheaded by an American and two blokes with French names, one of whom would rather be a German. Funny that. Would rather be a particular German who was actually from Austria. Ohio is very bad news. Apparently similar to Ohio. Support for Trump is driven by hate. That's very true. And stupidity. Do you remember that there were many independent candidates in Florida who are more leaning towards Biden? Mike's hungry, but he doesn't have any snacks. Yeah, well, Mike, it's turning into a nail biter. I'll just put something into the oven. So we're not going to get any more news for a little while. I'm starting to have flashbacks to 2016. Never rely on the US, do the sensible thing is what I'm learning. Echoes of 2016 coming back is terrifying. Steve Bannon was on Irish radio today bragging that media polling is all wrong and his data suggests a narrow Trump win. Hopefully he's full of crap. Well, I'm saying it all comes down to the Rust Belt. Ohio, with 72% in, is 51% Trump, 47% Biden. Pennsylvania, with a quarter of the votes in, is 46% Trump. 46% Biden, 54% Trump. That's really not good. Trump's ahead in Rhode Island as well. Now, don't panic because we talked about this recently, or maybe not we talked about it, but it's been talked about, this thing called the blue shift. When the final results come in, the last few votes are more weighted towards the Democrat candidate because of the way that people vote. Trump's ahead in Wisconsin as well. Mike's saying that the mail-in votes will turn some states, but the result tonight would allow Trump to declare victory. Yeah, that's the big worry now. There's a message from someone whoever asked me for some positive news. Nathaniel from 538 put, in case you're still harboring any hope of getting projection from Pennsylvania tonight, 274,000 mail ballots in Philadelphia County won't be counted until tomorrow at the earliest. These votes are very likely to be overwhelmingly for Biden. So we've had a tweet from Holly Otterbein saying Philadelphia officials saying they're not reporting any more mail ballot results tonight. About 76,000 have been tallied so far out of 350,000 some received. And remember, Biden supporters are disproportionately voting by mail. So we're seeing what we predicted, which is Trump is ahead in these states because they haven't counted the postal ballots yet. And so long as Trump isn't too far ahead, we might be all right. But it all depends on what Trump does if he doesn't win. Whether he goes quietly. A fun fact, though, is that if he doesn't win and he stays in the White House, on January the 20th, he becomes a private citizen. And so he'll therefore be trespassing in the White House. So the Secret Service will technically be working for Biden. So they could shoot him. Just saying. Got a message from Nate Silver from 538 saying Biden leads by about 145,000 votes in Arizona. In Arizona's Maricopa County, early and absentee votes. Republicans won the election vote there. Election day vote there by only 34,000 votes. So it looks like there won't be enough for Trump to overcome Biden's current lead. So this is just a county in Arizona that went to Trump last time. Narrowly, now it's overwhelmingly for Biden. Oh, John Barleycorn, yes, that's African Queen. Well done. Bet you can't get that one. All you can see is the Paramount logo and the fact that it's red. Good luck with that. Stupidity is not a good predictor. Sorry. Lots of stupid, well-meaning people. It's a state stew of hate, fear, religious fanaticism, and greed. Just like what is found to be in many countries of the world. Yeah, well, some countries are better than others. Texas is currently on 50.7% Trump, 48% Biden. God, that's so close for Texas. You told me that 20 years ago, that Texas would be that close to voting in a Democrat president. It's phenomenal. People in the US state of New Jersey have voted to legalize recreational marijuana possession for usage for people aged over 21 and older. Okay. Oh, Jim, well done. How did you get that from that corner? That is amazing. Yeah, it's sunset, not sunset. But I mean, wow, that is so impressive. Just to show you what I'm talking about here, basically, if I look up there, Sunset Boulevard. Oh, it's my cool movie room. Right, back to normal. A little bit of a tease there. Put it just there. There you go. I've identified all my posters now. Mike saying I call hacks. What? Jim has the same poster. What a film. Norma Desmond. No, Brian, they don't want you to leave the village, mate. Just stay in your village. Don't learn anything. Don't do anything. Just produce stuff for other people and make them rich, and then die in the village. Well, it'd be cool if Texas goes to Biden, because I don't see. Do they have the same number of absentee mail-in ballots, early voting stuff as everywhere else? Yeah. If Florida had gone to Biden, then I'd be going to bed because it will all be over. But Florida has not gone to Biden. Very much looking like it's going to Trump, unless there's a massive blue shift in the last few votes. It's so frustrating that so many people are like, we've got to vote for Trump because he's got our best interests at heart. And it's like that feeling when someone you know has been conned and they've lost their money, or even better, they've lost your money, and you're so angry with them for falling for the con. But they just didn't get it. They just didn't see that it was. I don't know. Now we're all out on the street and I've got no home left because it's been given to someone, a prince from Nigeria, and yeah, bit of a bomb. Yeah, if Texas went over to Biden, then that was the game over. Yeah, that the evangelicals saying they will cure your cancer. You just have to mail and check. Oh. Quite an interesting Pennsylvania exit poll. If you're earning less than 50 grand a year, you're more likely to vote for Biden. If you're earning between 50 and 100, you're more likely to vote for Trump. If you're earning more than 100, you're more likely to vote for Biden. And talk about not seeing the results of Friday now. Oh, God, so this is going to go on. Okay, so Louisiana has projected for Trump. That's no surprise there. Colorado, 9 electoral votes, and that's gone to Biden. No surprise there either. That was an easy win for him. The thing is with Biden, he's got to win back those the handful of states that went over to Trump last time. So it's like Michigan, Pennsylvania. Obviously, he's from Pennsylvania, so you'd think he'd have a hometown advantage. But Trump, he has such a hold over people. It's difficult. Eat with your mouth closed, please. Sorry. I'm trying to talk as well. I've still got loads of popcorn left. I don't normally have this much when I watch a movie, but I thought this was going to go on for some time, and it's already gone on for 3 hours and 34 minutes. Right, Arizona. Bloody hell. Arizona looks like it's gone for Biden, which is excellent. 75% of the vote in, 53% to Biden. That's great news. if he gets Arizona, that makes his path to the White House a bit easier. Without Arizona, I don't think he can win. I'm just really worried about this whole this blue shift thing and how it plays out. Because you're going to have Trump coming on the TV in a bit going, I want to know who's won the election. You've got to tell me tonight. And you're like, well, we haven't counted all the votes yet, so we don't know. But I'm ahead. So stop counting the votes. Oh. Eastern Pennsylvania suburbs usually decide Penn. Did they ever restore power to Louisiana polling places in New Orleans? Yeah, Brian, I heard about that power problem they had in Louisiana, and weren't they opening the polling stations a bit longer? Didn't they keep them open for another 45 minutes or something? Did you ever see the Daily Show interview with Trump supporter? The Total was good for the economy as he was making 4 times as much as in 2016, and when asked what job he did, it was a debt collector. Yeah, I saw that. I'm going to eat my mouth closed. They're building a wall. So Trump's wall, apparently he's only built about 15 miles of new wall. All the rest has just been fixing the old wall. I want people to just take a step back and just get over themselves and go, what's best for my community, what's best for my country, what's best for my continent, what's best for my planet, instead of just being this kind of like attitude of we've got to beat the other side, we've got to win. It always made me feel a bit uncomfortable when people in Liverpool referred to Manchester United as the scum. And I was like, what? You can't just, what? The scum? Yeah, because the Manchester United. And I'm like, well, look, I don't like Manchester United, but calling them scum, I mean, that's not that far away from calling people cockroaches, like, Katie Hopkins level of vileness. And that's football. And now, because of the footballification of politics, we're seeing that same sort of attitude. We've got to own the libs. We've got to win. We've got to beat them. That's all that matters. We've got to win. And then you go, well, what have you won? Well, I feel good about myself. But you've made a load of other people feel bad. Yeah, but that's what makes you feel good. It's like, if you not aim higher in life. The Democrats have retained the control of the House, which was something like a 99% certainty. So yes, that's good news. So at least they've got a little bit. Not as bad as it was in 2016. No matter what happens now, technically speaking, because in 2016, obviously they lost the House, they lost the Senate, and they lost the presidency. So Kim Darroch just looks completely pissed off. He's got this face of someone who's just like he just looks very like not impressed and pissed off at the same time. It's a perfect face for someone discussing Trump. But they're still flashing up like Indiana. Why in Indiana? Is that guy in question time saying he was working class but earned more than 80k, 85k a year? Well, yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Mike's put Trump's wall that Mexico was supposed to pay for. This he doesn't exist. Can be cut with a wood saw and gets blown over by the wind. Yeah. And they're like, oh, he kept his promises. What did he promise to do? He promised to lock up Hillary Clinton. Hasn't done it. Build a wall and make the Mexicans pay for it. Hasn't done it. He promised to stop all immigration to the United States. Hasn't done it, but he stopped people from the United States going anywhere else through his cack-handed handling of the COVID epidemic. 235,000 people dead, and some of the relatives of those dead people have gone to the polls today to vote for the man who killed them. It's quite remarkable. I don't think this is far from what the polls were predicting, to be honest with you, because they did say that it was looking like there would be more Trump votes on the night, and then the Democrat votes would come up behind. And that's what's happening. So I'm not panicking just yet. We're not getting much in for the Senate race. There's only one seat declared so far. Utah has gone to Trump because of all the Mormons, you see. Because if you're a Mormon, you wear magic Mormon underwear. The magic Mormon underwear has famously protected people from like plane crashes and stuff. Like everyone else has died except for the person wearing their magic Mormon underwear. They have little symbols on the nipples and on the navel, the belly button. Basically, the Mormons live a very, wholesome life with their many wives. No, they're not allowed to have many wives anymore. Well, some of them do, most of them don't. And they look at this guy, this Donald Trump, who fucked a porn star behind his pregnant wife's back, bragged about sexually abusing women by grabbing them by the pussy. Has numerous allegations of indecent assault and rape, one of which is by was a woman who was a minor at the time. And they look at this guy and go, he's basically Jesus. He's basically the same as Jesus. You know that guy who said rich people can't go to heaven? He's basically the same as that man who said you should give things to the poor and you should be meek and humble and you shouldn't use the temple for making lots of money out of. In fact, if you try and make money in my temple, I'll chase you out with a whip. There was also a bit of a mad bit where Jesus decided to put some demons into some pigs and then run them off a cliff. But we don't mention that too much. But the point being that, it just seemed a bit mad that a very religious state like Utah would go for a man who best exemplifies the biblical vision of Satan as much as Donald Trump does. It's quite remarkable. So North Carolina has reported 84% of the total number of votes, and there was an early lead for the Democrats because of the mail and early voting, but it's narrowing significantly as more election day votes are being reported. But late arriving mail ballots, which may be more Democratic, could shift the race again. It's very, very close in North Carolina. I wish it would just be a popular vote. Jesus, it would make it so much easier. Make it easier to follow as well. It just seems really mad and arbitrary, just like some states have X many votes and other places have others. People are applauding Trump, but it looks like it's daytime outside. So it's me earlier footage. Right. Eat your mouth closed. Debt collectors. Question time. The Trump supporters that would jump off a cliff, if it would annoy liberals, literally the example of one of them. Literally the example one of them used in the comic thread. So, do you think the fact that Trump voters dying unnecessarily of coronavirus is because that upsets liberals? They're happy to do it. His China lockdown probably helped China avoiding a large second wave coming back from the US. Yeah. RBC, Graham, according to Republicans, COVID doesn't exist and masks a communist takeover. And lockdowns are a way for Democrats to take over the US and install a socialist regime. You heard it here first. Right then. So, yeah. Oklahoma. Why? I don't know why they're showing states that we know are going to go one way or the other. I don't really understand as well why they couldn't count the postal votes. Some states have gone, "Oh, we're not going to count the postal votes till we've counted the votes on the day." And you're like, "Well, you've got the postal votes already, so why not count them yesterday and just not tell anyone?" Wow. As we wait on more results from North Carolina, one reason Trump may be in a position to win the state is because of his performance in the swingy Robeson County in the eastern part of the state, where a plurality of the population, 42%, is of Native American descent, as it's the home of the Lumbee tribe. Trump leads there 58% to 41%, with 93% of the vote in. According to ABC News, Trump only won it by 4 points in 2016, so he's increased his winning margin there from 4 points to 17 points. That's quite remarkable, quite depressing at the same time. I'm going to read something else. I wonder if the Democrats have already got the things that they're going to say as excuses for not winning all sorted out already. Biden's running ahead of Trump in both suburban and rural counties in New Hampshire. I don't care about New Hampshire. New Hampshire is not. Oh, wow. This could be interesting. So they could wind up with a split Senate of 49-49, bizarrely enough, with 2 runoff elections in Georgia. Okay. It's all a bit mad. Okay, the AP is projecting that the Republicans have picked up Alabama's Senate seat, which is not good. That effectively cancels out the Democrats' defeat of the Republican incumbent in Colorado and brings us back to net change of nothing in the Senate. Shit. So Alabama had a Democratic incumbent and it's gone over to the Republicans. Oh, shit. So they might not win the Senate. The Democrats might not win the Senate. The way it's going at the moment. I can't see any. Yeah, that was the big thing. They were hoping that they weren't going to lose any seats in the Senate. If they've lost the Alabama one, then it might be 50-50. Yeah, repeat cast tiebreak. Not a surprise, though. It took the Republicans putting a child molester to vote, and they barely lost. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna touch QAnon or bloody 5G bloody cell towers causing, I don't know, outbreaks of mass stupidity. Oh God, Trump's ahead at the moment because Arkansas and Alabama have put in, which again not much of a surprise. But then when California closes the polls at about 5 a.m. or something, then Biden's going to get a load more votes. This election's got to go on then. I can't see it finishing definitively tonight. I think what's going to happen is Trump's going to stand up tomorrow morning or even later tonight and say, "Oh, I think I've won. We don't need to count any more votes." So hopefully the states will stand firm and say, "No, we've got to do this properly. We've got to count every vote and make sure we know who's actually won." I can't believe that this entire election has come down to Pennsylvania. It's all come down to like one state. Farage has registered a new anti-science party too. Yeah, the Infect UK party. Because Farage in earlier in the year actually was bleating on about the need for lockdown and to take care of people and don't put the economy first. Now suddenly he's got some money and a new cause to champion, and he's all gone the other way now, which I think is typical of him, but quite disgraceful at the same time. Him and Lawrence Fox and David Icke and Jeremy Corbyn's brother, Piers. Christ, Piers. Don't call your kids Piers. Sorry, everyone. Let's hopefully I don't get that nosebleed again. Okay, so Michigan looks like Michigan. They're saying it's too early to call, but there are actually more votes for Trump at the moment. And North Carolina, Trump is on 49.9 and Biden's on 48.9. Christ. Oh, this is too close. I don't want this. How dense does someone have to be to vote for a party that denies science? Well, I think we've seen that in all of the last few years at these elections. People are just like, science, I don't need science. What does anyone need science for? And they use the internet, which is connected by science, to tell people that they don't like it. This is a big worry. I'm not liking this. I'm going to get myself another beer. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Monkey here. He's going to entertain you for the next few minutes while I go and get a beer. Hello. Right, what's been happening? Oh, Illinois is going to Biden. Go away, monkey. Oh. Right, where was I? Not very surprised though. Farage. Republicans are already opening. Are they planning to throw the election? Even if what? Opening to throw the election on the House of Representatives, even if Biden wins the Electoral College first stage. I mean, how dense does someone have to be? That's a troglodyte. I've met some nice troglodytes in my time. There's a few of them who live in Cooper Pedy in Australia, which is an opal mining town, and people live in caves. Restart the beer chat. Hi, Voxel. I've got a fly in here. I'm not happy about that. It must have been the one that was on Mike Pence's head. I think it wants my beer. Given that the US voting machine shouldn't take long at all, but they have different expectations. That's what it takes them. It's normal for them to wait half a working day to vote. I know. It just seems really, really odd the way they do it. And I guess for the mail-in ballots, they've got to open up the ballots and take the envelopes out, and open up the inner ballots and check the signatures and all that kind of stuff. Wow. Trump's quite ahead in Michigan at the moment. I'm hoping that this is all to do with the fact that lots of Biden voters voted by post. Minnesota's solidly for Biden, which isn't a surprise. T saying all states use different systems. Yes, they do. And it's crazy. Absolute crazy time. So here we are. It's now coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning, believe it or not. And we still don't really know what's happening. Trump's ahead in a lot of the swing vote states. And the problem is that the last votes to be counted might well be the mail votes. And the pollsters reckon that the mail-in votes were majority going to be for Biden, like overwhelmingly majority for Biden. So, yeah. Don't know if we're going to get any answers tonight. I don't know if it's worth asking the question. Even, like, I think we're just not going to find out for a couple of days. But it does seem mad that, like, yeah, we've counted 93% of the votes in a few hours, but we've got to wait a week for the rest of them. But that's the system. Texas is remarkably close. I'd love it if it looked like Trump was going to win, and then suddenly Texas in the last few votes all went to Biden, and Trump lost Texas. That'd be quite something. Next polls to close in 10 minutes. Why didn't the US use paper ballots? Because, like almost anything in the US, the voting machine manufacturer donated money. So he donated money to the politicians who mandated the use of them. Yes, there's just so much corruption that goes on. Oh, God. I don't want another 4 years of this. I don't think I can put up with another 4 years of this. Waking up every morning going, oh, fuck, what now? And what madness awaits us today? Every single bloody day. I hate it. I hate the way that this has come to dominate our bloody lives. I don't want politics to dominate our lives. I want our lives to dominate our lives. Nebraska's gone to Trump. That's not a surprise. 51% to Trump, 46% to Biden. South Carolina looks like it's going to be Trump. I'm just going to turn the heating on. There you go. Right, I'm back. Right. That's amazing. I just got 4 more viewers while I was turning the heating up. Okay, so where are we? Like I said, it's coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning. We got the results in from nearly all of the states where it was like dead obvious of who was going to win, except for California and Hawaii. They'll come in later, but they're going to go to Biden. So, it's looking like it's kind of neck and neck at the moment. Biden's just gone ahead to 118 votes there to Trump's 105 electoral college votes. Arizona's looking good for Biden, 75% in, and he's on 53%. That's looking good. Wisconsin is 40% in, and Trump is ahead. He's on 50%. Biden's on 48.3%. Minnesota, massively in favor of Biden with 42% in. Again, some of these states, the late counted votes might well go shift towards Biden. North Carolina, it's a single percentage point. Trump's on 49.9 and Biden's on 48.8, so 1.1 electoral percentage points. And it's infuriating because until you've got all the results in, it's very hard to say. They're showing like Michigan, and it's got 38% of the votes in, and Trump's well ahead in Michigan, which is supposed to be one of the states where Biden was polling 10 points ahead in Michigan. So, look at it now and go, what's going on there? Is that because of the way they count the votes? I can't remember if it's all different. I know it's all different for different states, but is there a different order? Do some states count the mail in voting first and then the others count the stuff on the day? I mean, I thought that the 538 site was auto refreshing, but it's not. ABC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win Missouri. Oh, that's not good. It looks like they're gonna retain the House of Representatives. ABC News is saying that Republican Lindsey Graham will win the state race in South Carolina. Unfortunately, loads of money was spent to try and sink him, but it doesn't look like it's been successful. Wyoming has gone to Republican. That's not. They're saying Trump's lead is now 7. Sorry, let me finish eating. They're saying now Trump's lead is now up to 7 points in Ohio. With that said, the blue urban counties are pretty underreported relative to the rest of the state. Okay, because they're looking at the counties and which ones have actually given the figures in. I think this election is going to take a very long time, Adam. Lindsey Graham to retain Senate seat. That's really shit. I really wanted him to lose it. They're saying it's going to be very difficult to pass any kind of legislation. So yeah, looks like Lindsey Graham's staying in his job that he does not deserve. The theme tune for 2020. Oh my god. Different order for each state, and in some states it depends on the county. That's not particularly helpful, is it? Let's see what's happening on Twitter. Is everyone having a fight? Let's have a look. Sarah Cooper said he spent 4 years golfing and still people are voting for him. I will never understand it. Richard Marks has said, what a truly sad day for human decency. Got a lot of people saying that they think it's all over. Yeah, Twitter's very much taking the I've got a bad feeling about this side of things. So we're going to get the same old soul searching if Trump wins this. We're going to have the same soul searching on the left of like, what could we have done differently? What could we have done better? And I think one of the big problems that the left has is it suffers from a lack of personality. And a lot of people say, oh, you know, Pence is worse than Trump. Pence is worse. And he's not. He might be like in his ideas and in his head, he might be worse. But he's got no charisma. He's got no personality. You'd never see a group of pickup trucks driving down the road with flags for just Pence without Trump. You know, it just wouldn't happen. He wouldn't engender that kind of fanatical devotion that people like Trump and Farage and Johnson do. And that's something that the left really need to have a good think about. And the problem is that anyone who is in any way charismatic on the left is seen as someone who is not pure and not right. You either need someone who's a very level-headed, you know, a Nora Bevin or Keir Starmer type, or you need someone who's one of these sort of very uncharismatic, what they call a left-wing firebrand, who just stands up and complains about stuff angrily all day. Although I feel like I do that these days. Okay, so yeah, so as long as the Republicans keep winning the elections, they'll defund US education. Catch-22, isn't it? Oh, Biden's just gone up to 192 because he's got California, I guess. Yeah, California, Oregon, Washington have just come online. I love this. Live results, 0% in. Projected winner Biden. $55 electoral college votes. It's too early to call, but Republicans are already declaring victory in Florida. Yeah. But if it does go down this way, if Trump does win this, the polls are have been completely out. Key state for which we're waiting on more returns, Arizona, which has reported three quarters, I'll say, of its expected vote. At the moment, Biden leads by 9 points, but the election day vote will make it closer one way or another. The key to Arizona is Maricopa County, which made up 60% of the vote in 2016 and is one of the largest by population in the country, home to Phoenix. The county currently gives Biden a 9-point lead based on 77% of the expected vote, almost matching the state. So, yeah, Arizona would be good to head over to Biden, I hope. So, apparently Biden got 94% of the vote in Philadelphia. That's unbelievable. 94% of the vote. Wow. God, I can't believe how much Trump is up in Michigan. It's a full 10%. It's more than 10% in Michigan. He's up at the moment. I mean, they're only like 40% in of the voting, but still, bloody hell. So, okay. So if Biden doesn't win Florida, which isn't looking likely, he's not looking likely to win Florida. If he loses Florida and Pennsylvania, his chance of winning goes down to 38 in 100. Trump's goes up to 49 in 100 as things stand. And that's with Biden winning Arizona. Again, it looks like the polls are just way out this year. If Biden doesn't win Michigan, if he doesn't win Penn State, and he doesn't win Florida, then he won't win. Yeah. I can't believe how far ahead Trump is in Michigan. Like, how can the polls be this far out? Because this would mean that the polling error is actually even bigger than it was a lot bigger, substantially bigger than it was in 2016. And surely the polling companies would have been erring on the side of caution like crazy because of what happened in 2016. Yeah, Colin's saying people lie during polling. Yeah, I don't think they. I think they do, but I would assume that the polling companies would account for that somehow. Well, but I would assume they would. What could possibly go wrong again? Everything. Hmm. Okay, so Georgia looks like it'll be impossible to project tonight. North Carolina looks close enough. It might come down to late arriving mail ballots. Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin won't be final for a day or three. Okay, so we just don't know. We just don't know. Trump's done better in Eastern Ohio than he did in 2016, which obviously that's something you got to worry about because of the proximity to West Pennsylvania. Day show. What could possibly go wrong again? So, I guess the big question is, what are we going to do if Trump does win and he wins fair and square? Like he just wins. He doesn't cheat. This wasn't a scenario that I thought would happen. I thought that he'll cheat to win. But at the moment, it looks like he might just win. Because of this stupid electoral college system. And though, can you put up with another 4 years of this shit? We've got Boris Johnson and number 10 for the next 4 years. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is when we should say, like, fuck it, let's have a revolution. Because the old way of doing things doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, I don't think that that Donald Trump's too bothered about ethics, getting an ethical win. I'm just having such flashbacks to 2016 of just how I felt then, just watching the results come in and thinking, how could the polls be so wrong? I've been obsessively checking the polls throughout the campaign, and they moved further and further apart. Why do that? Why not just err on the side of caution and say, oh, it's a 50-50 chance? Time to do some reading on anarchism. Anarchism? No, whatever. I'm just checking on Twitter what people are saying. Okay. Wow. So it's looking plausible that there could be, if Biden loses Florida and Pennsylvania, but he wins Michigan, there's a chance that it could be Biden 271 and Trump 267 in the electoral college, which would mean that Biden would win by two electoral college votes. But that requires him to win Michigan. How is Texas looking? I'm trying to see if I can find a website that just lets me. I can't find any information about Florida just yet. Hang on. I'm looking. Okay. I think they've counted 84% of Texas, and Trump is on 51.8%, whereas Biden is on 46.8%. So there's some 400, well, almost 500,000 votes between them at the moment. I mean, there's counties where it's like 90% Trump, but then there's not that many votes there. Dallas, though, the city of Dallas went overwhelmingly for Biden, 65% to 33%. Houston went to Biden. Austin obviously went to Biden. San Antonio. But it's not looking. Yeah. Oh, pizza. Okay, so let's look at one of the positives. Biden's doing well in Arizona as it's being counted up. Arizona's had 75% of the votes counted, and Biden is on 53%, whereas Trump's on 45%. Philadelphia, 76% Biden. Pittsburgh, even more, 77% Biden. But Harrisburg, well, Dauphin is 60% Biden, but the rest of the county, or the rest of the state, all seems pretty much for Trump. It looks like Trump's probably going to take Pennsylvania. They've counted 43% of the votes. Okay, so they've still got quite a long way to go, but Trump is well ahead at the moment in Pennsylvania on 53%. I can't believe how the voting's gone in Pennsylvania. I mean, Biden's from Pennsylvania, and surely enough people know that that Trump lied to the people who said he was going to bring, he's going to bring back coal mining, he was going to bring back all this stuff, and he didn't do any of it. But maybe it's just back to the reassuring lie thing. Michigan's the really bizarre one at the moment. I mean, Michigan looked like it was very, very, very blue in the polling data. I mean, they had Biden up by 10%. I think I'm gonna check. Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, 8%. Michigan forecasted vote share was 45.5% for Trump and 53.5% for Biden. And looking at it at the moment, bloody hell, 44% that they've counted so far, but it's completely flipped what the prediction was. So the prediction was 55% Biden, 43% Trump, and it's actually 55% Trump, 43% Biden. How could they have got it so wrong? But again, only 43% of the votes have been counted, so it could still change. There's a certain part of me that would enjoy the idea that Trump thinks he's going to win, and then the last 5% of the vote is just all for Biden, and he just wins by a little tiny bit, just enough to annoy the hell out of Trump. Wisconsin, with 50% in Wisconsin, Trump is winning. He's at 51% against Biden's 47.3%. Texas is 85% in now. and Trump's 4 points ahead. Five points ahead. Mike, did you not consider this might happen? I mean, I've been trying to keep my hopes down, if I can put it that way, about the result of this election. I wanted it to come out better for Biden, but I wasn't expecting a huge landslide. I wasn't expecting a blue wave. I thought that Biden would win the popular vote and be on track for winning the electoral college vote, and Trump will play dirty. I mean, by the looks of things, I know it's very early on in some of these states, but it's looking like Trump might not have to play dirty. He might just win. I mean, that Pennsylvania, 45% are in, and Trump is on 55% and Biden's on 42% in Pennsylvania. $500,000, you can get a trained monkey in a wheel racecoat to spin a big wheel. There's not value for money. If you had a hat on as well. No, not great. Extra 50K for a top hat. Yeah. Could do with the trained monkey assassin. Send them in. Poison the dates. Oh, tell us about Delaware. Oh, Martin, that's a terrible pull. This is coming from someone who actually named a chapter of his book Guinea Fowl, spelled Foul. Bloody hell. Biden's so far behind in Michigan. That's quite terrifying. So Trump's currently ahead in Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Interestingly, Biden is currently ahead in Iowa. Wasn't expecting that. They've counted 63% of the votes there. Biden is slightly ahead. Not much in it. So, if he can win Iowa and Arizona and Minnesota, no, he still needs to win something else. Jesus Christ. This is not looking good. He can't get away with not winning Michigan. He's incredibly behind at the moment. This is really concerning. I mean, I was feeling quite sort of dark about the prospects of this election going our way, but I thought that it would be a bit more cut and dry than this, especially in states like Michigan. I mean, Wisconsin in the forecast, Biden was 8 points ahead. 8 points. I mean, this is pretty concerning. Let's see if jokes work. Oh, God, I can't think of any jokes at the moment. Adams got 75% of the vote in Iowa and Trump winning. On the CNN projection, they've got 66%. Oh, okay. No, Trump's ahead in Iowa again. Sorry. It looks like it's just batting back and forth between them. It is looking good for Biden in Arizona, though. does seem very much like this is on a knife edge, doesn't it? Yeah, obviously Trump wins Indiana. We've got footage on Sky News of people celebrating in Florida, and there's about 5 people there. People who are into politics are weird. I wonder if this is the. I hope that the 2016 referendum and election of Trump would be the kick up the arse that the left needed to get its shit together. Obviously, in the UK, that wasn't the case. In fact, the absolute opposite was the case. And in the US, I still want Biden to win. I guess he still has a chance of winning, but he wasn't the best candidate that I think they could have put up. And they needed someone charismatic, someone who was, again, it comes back to this thing of like someone that you'd like to go for a drink with. And Biden's not really that guy, you know? It's the guy you might call if like literally nobody else answers the phone and you're really desperate to go to the pub. Obama, go for a drink with Obama. It'd be first on me Rolodex or it'd be file of facts or whatever the kids are using these days. And that's what they need. They need someone who is sort of got that Obama effortless coolness about them, who can go up against Trump, who is decidedly uncool. He's just someone's angry, racist, overweight, unhealthy, racist uncle. So many people, 100 million people in America tonight, 60 million people who voted for Trump. And you just like 60 million people can look at what this guy's done to the American economy, what he's done to jobs, what he's done to the lives of Americans. And they've all gone, yeah, great, he did a great job there. And I'm given to just wonder what he would have to do for his supporters to think he's done a bad job. I don't think it gets much worse than this. On the plus side, Trump might well be dead by the end of his next term. Yeah. They needed someone younger, energetic. Yeah, Jim, but the thing is, I agree to some extent, but I don't think it's just about youth because I think if AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I think that if she could run for presidency, she can't, she's too young at the moment, but if she could, I don't know if she would make a good counter to Trump, because I think that she would get up the noses of people who might be swung over to the Democrat side with someone a bit more. I don't know. I think she's awesome, but I could see wavering Republicans getting sort of being a bit impatient with her. And Hillary Clinton, she just reminded everyone of Lisa Simpson, and no one liked the Lisa episodes. I mean, there's even a joke in The Simpsons where they go, "Oh, it's a Lisa-centric episode," and Homer sort of pushes the remote control towards the screen, like, "Go on, no one will blame you." I just think it both Biden and Hillary Clinton and AOC and Nancy Pelosi and a lot of the other sort of leading Democrats, they all come across as a little bit unapproachable. A little bit, there seems to be a bit of a, I don't know. They don't just seem like a friendly person that you'd go and have a coffee with or a beer or something. Not that Trump does, but I'm talking about for the Democrat side. Oh yeah, Jim. Yeah, I think that Biden's way too old. I was surprised that he won the primary. I mean, I didn't think he was particularly the best candidate. But that's the system they've got. Texas is now 46% Biden, 52% Trump. I don't think Biden's going to take Texas. It's really close, though. I mean, nearly all of these, we're looking at it, Wisconsin and Virginia and Texas, and they're all within a couple of percent, 3 or 4 percentage points of each other. Tom, I think that centralist politics does have a place in the modern world. I'd like a charismatic centralist. That's what I'd like. I mean, as much as I prefer Keir Starmer to the last guy, I don't find him particularly charismatic. I don't think he's not. It's not like it's exciting to hear him speak. I don't find him particularly inspirational. And again, he's not someone that I'd particularly like to go for a drink with. I want them to be good at the job as well, Tom, but that's being good at the job, if you're going to be a politician, is about getting people on side. And I just don't think it's good enough to say, and as we're seeing tonight, by the looks of things, it's not good enough to go, we're not that, we're not them, we're not the Tories, we're not Donald Trump. You've got to have that and something, that and the fact that you're someone that is charismatic and has a likable character. I mean, look, I prefer to have Angela Merkel every day of the week. She's boring as fuck, but she does a really fucking good job. great. But her job when she was first elected, you know, back in the Bronze Age or whenever that was, her job wasn't to fight populism. The job of the left of centre at the moment is to fight populism. And you don't really do that with more populism, I don't think. I think it's more to do with striking that balance of having someone who is charismatic, but also sensible, likable, relatable. I think that's a big word there, relatable. It's mad to us that these blue collar workers in the Rust Belt of America find Trump relatable to them. Because it's like, well, how is he even possibly even slightly relatable to you? He's a nutcase. He's a billionaire. He inherited all of his money. I mean, what makes you think he's like you? It's like, oh, he's a blue collar billionaire, and you're like, I don't get it. But there is something there that they feel they can relate to Donald Trump, possibly because he shares the same prejudices or whatever. But I don't feel like I relate at all to Keir Starmer. I don't. I definitely didn't relate to Jeremy Corbyn, by the way. But moving on to what we've got now, I don't feel like I relate in any way to Ed Davey. I don't feel like I relate to Jonathan Bartley or Caroline Lucas or Natalie Bennett, or any of the Green lot. I mean, it always feels like there's a bit of there's an uncanny valley between us. If we can call it that. Yeah. Butter chicken. Yeah. I think cultism is a huge issue at the moment. We see it with Farage, we see it with Johnson, we saw it with Corbyn, we still see it with Corbyn, and we see it with Trump. It is like they're in a cult, and they put these people on a pedestal, and then they decide that these people can do no wrong, and so anything bad they do, there's an excuse for it. There's always an excuse for it. And it's so frustrating. It's like a mother that will just refuse to discipline their own children because they don't believe their children could ever possibly do anything wrong. And you're like, but they literally just set fires to the school. Aren't you going to tell them off? No, my Johnny wouldn't do that. No, definitely not. Yeah, of course Trump hates working class people, but he also loves working class people because they keep voting for him. Yeah, that's a point made by Mike that if Trump wins, he'll get away with all his crimes. He will because of the statute of limitations in America. Says that if you don't, do someone for a crime within a certain amount of time, depending on the crime, you can't do them. And because he's president at the moment and therefore above the law, they can't actually do it until he's not president anymore. I just saw that Biden is ahead in Montana, which I wouldn't have necessarily expected, I don't think. Oh, they've only counted 20% of the votes. Ignore me. So they counted 94% of the votes in Florida. And Trump is 400,000 votes ahead out of approximately 11 million. So unless all the next load of votes all go to Biden and like a serious amount, I find it hard to see what wiggle room Biden's got there in Florida. Biden's taken the District of Columbia by 91.9%, which is quite impressive. Another thing that's quite mad about America is just like how few people actually vote. It's less than half, isn't it? Because you've got a population of 330 million. And I think the last election only 130 million voted. That's way less than half. Someone just tweeted that the latest projections are a 3-point lead for Trump. Mike, I don't think they deserve a Darwin Award. I mean, I think that the UK is just as guilty of needing a Darwin Award as the US. The difference is the US will probably still be around in 4 years' time, whereas the UK won't. It's a political entity. Tom's saying, interesting that the Republicans lose the House and Senate. Well, the by the looks of things, if things pan out the way they look like they're going to, it'll either be a draw in the Senate, or it'll just stay as is pretty much. If it's a draw in the Senate, then the vice president gets the deciding vote on any debates, and if Trump wins, then the deciding vote's going to go to Pence. There's a Sky reporter in Washington saying, with a group of people, a group of protesters, and apparently they were quite sort of in party mood earlier, but now they've changed the tone a little bit, and everyone's looking a bit grim and pissed off. It's so close in these, in these in some of these places. Ohio, it's not close at all. I mean, it is really 88% in, and Trump is like 5% ahead of Biden. Pennsylvania, Trump is 7% ahead at the moment. So there's people marching around in Washington. I think this lady who's presenting on Sky One at the moment, on Sky News, might be being a bit pushing for something to happen, but nothing's happening at the moment. There are a lot of votes to count, and it has been discussed the fact that there would be a situation where Trump would look to be ahead quite significantly, and then the later votes came in, they'll go towards Biden. But this is generally, I thought it'd be closer than this up to that point. It seems quite a lot out. Thing is, I mean, one of the big draws, wasn't it, for backing for backing Biden, was this idea that you wouldn't have to worry about politics every day. You wouldn't have to things would kind of go back to some kind of semblance of normality. But if Trump wins, it's just going to supercharge him. So many more Americans are going to die. I mean, I think there'll be up to 1 million by spring, dead Americans. But it's a country where I guess life is cheap. That's why guns are so easy to get hold of. Now we're coming round to the next polls, closing in just over 5 minutes in Hawaii. And that's about it. I think that rounds it up for the polls. No one can vote after that, I don't think. North Carolina is 95% in, and there's just 1.4% in it, but Trump is ahead. Ohio is 88% in, and Trump's miles ahead. Trump's 7% ahead in Ohio. Pennsylvania, 50% in, and Trump again is miles ahead. He's 14 points ahead. 14 points ahead in Penn State. Rhode Island, Biden's only just ahead. Texas is on 87%, and again, Trump is ahead by 5 or so, 6%. Yeah. Colin, I don't think we're going to find out if he gets re-elected tonight. By the looks of things, it's just going to continue on. I think I'm going to wrap up soon as well, because I've been doing this for 5 hours and 6 minutes. Wow, that has flown by. I've still got a bit of beer string. But yeah, I haven't even touched my coffee yet. But yeah, it's not looking good for. It's really not looking good for Pennsylvania. Wow. Basically, Pennsylvania has now counted 51% of the votes. Biden is on 1.5 million. Trump is on 2 million. That's outrageous. That is just blowing my mind. I thought it was going to be close there. That is not close by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just hoping that this idea of the blue shift is right, that things will go towards the Democrats as more postal votes are counted, but I don't know what order they count things in Pennsylvania or in Florida or wherever. Florida is on 96% of the vote, and it looks like Trump's gonna win. He's on 5.6 million, whereas Biden is on 5.2 million. God. There's some areas, I'm just looking around at Ohio at the moment, there's some areas of Ohio where it's literally like 83% to Trump and 15 to Biden. Yeah. So Ohio with it's got 88% of the votes counted, and Trump's got a commanding lead. I can't see him losing that. It looks like Trump's got Ohio. It looks like Trump's got Florida. Pennsylvania, they're only halfway through voting, so there's still some way to go. But I think the big shock for me is Michigan, where you've got 50% of the votes have been counted, and Trump is currently over 10 percentage points ahead of Biden. That's just not a nice way to have to leave the night, I don't think. There's a lot of conservative Cubans and Venezuelans here in South Florida. Yeah, they're refugees or daughters and sons of refugees. I can't believe they'll vote for someone who puts refugee children in cages and has actually managed to separate over 500 children from their actual family. Night, Tom. Colin's going to get some sleep. Good night, Colin. Mike's going to get some sleep. Good night. Good night, Mike. Okay, well, I'm going to sign off. It's 5 o'clock. It's not looking great. I might come back on in the morning after we know more, but I'm going to get some shut-eye. I was hoping, against hope, that there'll be a bit more of a win for Biden in certain states tonight. I wasn't expecting a huge landslide win for Biden, but I wanted to see him up in enough states to let me go to sleep at a reasonable hour and not be worrying that Trump could actually still win this. But it's looking like Trump could win this fair and square. Well, not particularly fair and square because he lies every other word, and he's an absolute scumbag, and he's a rapist and a thief and a liar, and if not a murderer, definitely a manslaughterer of thousands of Americans. But you know, true. This is fine, Adam. Well, 32 states declared, Biden on 192 and Trump on 132. And on that bombshell, I'll be calling it a night. So good night, and I will see you soon when I decide to start my Hughes of the world. No, what was I going to call it? Oh, Hughes at 10. Yes. Yeah, funny. Because it's like a pun. Okay, I'm going to bed. All right. Good night, everyone. Adios. See you, Lee. Bye. Bye.